Hello, good morning, and welcome back to Captain Defang International Raceway here in Mariembourg for the third and penultimate round of the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, up in the commentary position, overlooking the start-finish line, and welcoming you all to what will be an exciting race day, but also a day to pay tribute to one of the motorsport family that was taken from us 8 days ago. Yesterday we had 18 heats with Mini, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters in action. And after the ranking, after the heats, Nikita Lyubimov was the driver that stood out above on high with 2 wins and a 4th place, putting the Estonian at the top of the ranking after heats in Mini, closely followed by Cole Denham, the current championship leader, Jacob Ashcroft, Oliver Warner and Felipe Reyes, who round out the top 5. Also along with that, Albert Friend, Maxim Bobrishov, Lieke van Berkel, Lucas Dorder and Mariembourg round out the top 10 overall. In juniors, it was a clean sweep for the Netherlands' Casper Schormans, who put on pole position in time qualifying on Friday afternoon and consolidated that with 3 straight victories. Matej Radenkovic, the current championship leader, took home a 6th and 2 race wins tomorrow to put himself on the front row with Boluet, Timo Jungling, Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Kenzo Craigie, Lucas L, Boaz Maximov, Archie Clark and Max Swiderski rounding out the top 10. In seniors, again, another clean sweep, this time for one of the home nation drivers. Kai Rillerts, the 374 from Strawberry Racing, took pole position in time qualifying and also strode away into the distance from pole position in every single one of the three races where he was victorious. The reigning defending champion, Sean Butcher, took home a 2nd and 2 wins to put himself on the front row for the pre-final later on today, ahead of Farin Mega, Jules Roussel, Devian Horst, Montego Masson, Mark Kimber, Austin Lee, Paul Fauquelin, and rounding out the top 10, Archie Walker. In DD2 and DD2 Masters, Martin van Leeuwen leads the way after 2 wins and a 2nd yesterday, put him on the pole position spot for today's pre-final, ahead of Enzo Boll with Jakub Bezel, a former champion, in 3rd. The young Lithuanian hotshot by the name of Maxim Shurko in 4th. Victor Frostbay showing great performance in the 414 from RS Competition race, representing Denmark. Axel Sarniala, Maxim Drix, Peter Bezel, Patrick Snolls, Loch Mellis and Carl Gustav Borgard round out the top 10 in DD2. In Masters, Nicolas Picot was the driver with 3 wins to his credit over the course of yesterday, and he places ahead in the rankings ahead of France's Christophe Capitan, Germany's Michael Becker, Dennis Thum, and current points leader, Lithuania's Martinas Tankevicius, who round out the top 5 in DD2 Masters. But as always, there is a second chance. There is a second lifeline for drivers. And to kickstart the morning's action, which will comprise of 6 races before the lunch break, we will have 2 second chance heats, juniors and seniors. What we'll also have is that the top 6, once everything has been confirmed and ratified, will proceed to the top 36 stage of the competition, thereby competing in the pre-final and the final. Also, a big thank you to everyone that has continued to watch the streams with us, and also up our subscriber count, which is close to, at this point, 950 so far. So a big thank you to everyone that has supported the Euro Trophy so far in its 6th season. And what's more, we'll have a new venue for 2023. As originally we were trying to get to Paul Fletcher International in 2020 before the global pandemic happened, but it will be hosting the final round of the championship. So let's get things underway with the first of 2 second chance heats. It's Junior Rotax up first, and here is your starting grid. Pole position will be Germany's Noah Janssen, and alongside will be Knud Nielsen from Denmark. Dave Stevens in the 292 representing the Netherlands. We'll have Sebastian Koch in the 214 representing Germany alongside on row 2. Mathieu Saumetre from France, and from the United Kingdom, Aras Majalskis will line up on row number 3. Cameron Nelson in the 241 will be joined by the UAE's George Nassar on row number 4 in the 257. Ben Kaminsky in the 202. Sky Parker from the United Kingdom in the 252. And Oscar Gucho in the number 245. After non-starting in the respective heats yesterday, will take to the 11th and final spot on the grid. So the temperatures have already been blisteringly hot for this time of day. And at the moment, we are now at 26 degrees Celsius. It is set to hit highs of 28, not 31 like we had yesterday, but there is a there's a definite difference in terms of the humidity. It's 65% at the moment. People have been hydrating like crazy at the moment, so water is definitely the main hydration source used by everybody here this weekend. But once again, as we had in the junior Rotax heats yesterday, it will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Henry Cameron on YouTube saying, come on, Sky Parker. Kraft is the best on YouTube saying, well, bigging up Killian Kraft and his team at Kraft Motorsport, as we will see some of their drivers in action a little bit later on. So 11 drivers competing for the final 6 spots in the top 36 that will go into battle in the pre-final at 11:45 local time this morning. This 1,388-metre circuit has seen some of the greats race around this tarmac. The likes of 7-time Formula 1 World Champion Lewis Hamilton, 4-time Formula 1 World Champion Sebastian Vettel, Nico Rosberg, the 2016 F1 World Champion, and the late 3-time F1 World Champion Ayrton Senna, Fernando Alonso also being along those names as the drivers make their way over the crest into the tram lines. Red lights on the gantry. Are we ready? Are we steady? For the first time today, we are lights out and racing in the junior second chance heat. Good start by the pole sitter Noah Janssen as Knud Nielsen goes to the outside as well. We've had a little bit of a tussle in the midfield. And a couple of carts, well, one's already off to the left-hand side of the circuit on the approach into turn number 3. And that is the 202 of Ben Kaminsky from Germany. And is in a little bit of discomfort, clutching the right arm. Marshall's on site at the minute, so there will be yellow flags heading through into turn number 2. But Noah Janssen leading the way, Tay Stevens in second, as they make their way through into turn number 11. As Knud Nielsen is going to lose a couple of spots, one of which will be to Cameron Nelson in the 241 from the UK. And, oh, that is not very good there. That looks to be Anas Majalskis, who's in the pit lane already. Loose rear bumper on the left-hand side. Now, Dave Stevens, 0.56 behind Noah Janssen, now has the race lead as they head through into turn number 4. Third position is Mathieu Sourmetre from France. Fourth, it's Cameron Nelson. Sebastian Koch and Knud Nielsen round out the top 6. Oscar Gucho being chased down by Sky Parker. The young lady from Chalogan in Wales. Had a good catch up with her and her dad this morning. Running with 18 kilos. And she got through in the same gap that Oscar Gucho just got through on Knud Nielsen. Great reflexes from Sky there, but Knud Nielsen manages to retake that position as they go through again across the line very shortly to complete lap number 2, just over 5 minutes plus an additional lap remaining. Stevens still lead. Janssen, Sourmetre, Nelson, Sebastian Koch and Oscar Gucho now up into the top 6. Knud Nielsen 7th, Sky Parker in 8th. George Nassar, coached by Matthias Najim this weekend, running with the George Gibbons Motorsport crew. Oh, a little bit of a touch there between, I think that was Nielsen and Parker. Nielsen going defensive. Parker sweeps to the inside at turn number 6 and gets through. And so does George Nassar on the braking zone into turn 7. It's under 4.5 minutes to go. And the top 6, well, we've just had a 5-second time penalty. It's not going to really cause any further problems for Anas Majalskis, who gets a 5-second time penalty as judged by race control for pushing. 4 minutes and 11 seconds still to go. Lemaitre is catching the top two. Janssen up the inside of Stevens through turn one to retake the race lead, going on to lap number 4. Also, Cameron Nelson and Sebastian Koch are catching them at the minute, so top 5 could be very, very closely packed. Oscar Goodshaw is a little bit further behind. Then it's a bit of a distance back. It looks like George Nassar has got past Sky Parker. That is for 7th position, and there are the 2 drivers from George Gibbons Motorsport and Ultimate R, even though Sky is running under the KR Sport awning. So, again, now things are just closing up a bit as we're past the halfway point in this opening second chance heat out of 2. We'll have the seniors up next. Noah Janssen just says to Dave Stevens, right, let's get away from these guys. Let's have a battle for the race win if you want to. And now Dave Stevens decides otherwise, goes back up the inside on the next lap, retakes the race lead with just over 3 minutes to go. Into turn 2, now into the tight left-hand here at 3 before the left-hand hairpin at 4. And then the short blast up to the 90 left here at turn number 5. And Oscar Goodshaw has now closed on in a little bit more to Sebastian Koch. Now, the thing is, even though they might qualify in the top 6, for those wondering, where do they start in the top 36 for the pre-final? It will be the finishing position of where they finish in the second chance heat. And now we've got a penalty going for Knud Nielsen, 3-second time penalty for breaking formation with 2 wheels outside of the tram lines for the Dane running with GKS Lemons Power. Now Cameron Nelson up the inside of Mathis Lemaitre to take 3rd position. So a good move there. Sebastian Koch has now lost out to Oscar Goodshaw, who's gotten up into 5th place. That would have been through turn number 1. As Lemaitre tries to put the pressure onto Cameron Nelson. As Knud Nielsen still battling away with Sky Parker. That's for 8th on the road. Won't be 8th on the track by the end of it. We still have 9 out of the 11 competitors still running, with just over 1 minute and 35 plus an additional lap still remaining. Drivers now making their way through to the final right-hander, then up the slight incline and then over the slight crest. Across the start-finish line they go. Lap number 6 completed. Dave Stevens still leads, but by just over 1/10.5 ahead of Noah Janssen. Nelson is starting to catch them, but on that particular occasion, it was a 56.823-second lap time from the Brit. Oscar Goodshaw has put in the fastest lap out of anybody. The French driver placed in 5th, 56.381. That was on lap number 5 of the race. And it is still very, very close indeed between 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and also 4th, 5th and 6th position. One wrong mistake now could cost them a potential top 6 place heading through into the pre-finals. After this, we'll have 2 more laps to go as we've got 30 seconds on the timer remaining. So over the crest again, through the chicane. Dave Stevens now has Noah Janssen to the inside. The German gets through at the opening part of turn number 1 to retake the race lead, going on to the penultimate lap. 36 thousandths was the distance between the pair once their transponders crossed the start-finish line. Cameron Nelson senses an opportunity with just over a lap and a half to go. Could he get into the top 2, maybe even take the win? Noah Janssen pointing forwards and saying, right, okay, let's go. It's a bit of a motivational carry for the youngster from Germany in the 231, running on the Gillard chassis with 3G Racing. So Dave Stevens, Cameron Nelson, Oscar Goodshaw, Mathis Lemaitre and Sebastian Koch round out the top 6. George Nassar in 7th, Sky Parker in 8th. Knud Nielsen down in 9th as we now head on to the final lap of the junior second chance heat. Janssen pulls to the inside very, very quickly indeed to defend, and that allows Nelson and Goodshaw to close on in on both the German and also the Dutchman in the 292 running in 2nd place. into turn 4. Neither of the top 4 sweep wide. Goodshaw looks to sweep to the outside, heading into turn 5 on Cameron Nelson. But no room available there for the French driver to make it through. Has got countryman Omitra right on the coattails. Into turn 7. Sebastian Koch is now with them, and George Nassar, in the meantime, has been silently closing in, and he's put in the fastest lap. 56.185 seconds by the driver from the UAE. Is it going to be a drag race to the finish? We're about to find out as they get through the final right-hander, across over the crest, down towards the checkered flag, which is now going to wave. It is Noah Janssen that picks up the victory in the junior second chance heat by just over 1/10 of a second. Tay Stevens takes second, Cameron Nelson third, Oscar Goodshaw, Mathis Ometra and Sebastian Koch are provisionally your top 6 going through to the top 36 and joining the remaining 30 drivers that have already made it through after the ranking after heats yesterday. George Nassar 7th, Knud Nielsen finishes in 8th, but that will be adjusted due to the 3-second time penalty. And that will bump him down behind Sky Parker, who will finish 8th, Knud Nielsen in 9th. Ben Kaminski out and Aras Majauskis out after the opening lap incident at turn number 2. Now we go to race 2 of the day. It is the Senior Rotax Second Chance Heat. Here is your starting grid. So Kamal Manad from Australia in the 3-4-8 will start from pole position alongside will be France's Nolan Lemeray. Sebastian Bach from Denmark and Matteo Pianezzola from Italy round out row 2. Scott Westhovens and Magic Hamera from the Netherlands and the UK round out row number 3. Alexander Savinkov from the UK and Lotus Sweden from Denmark will be on row number 4. Completing the top 10, it's an all-French row 5. Paul Grisel and Hugo Brun. Danny Shields, Paul Simard, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Rafael Jesus, Zach Scowler, Puck Gubbles and Mido Halika are on the grid. I spoke with Daniel Housworth this morning. His right arm is in significant discomfort, so will not be taking part. Sverre Ubben also looks to be non-starting as well. So we will have 17 drivers instead of 19 battling for the 6 positions in the top 36. And good to see that Gabriel Murray on the YouTube stream is cheering on a few people that have raced at David Bright's locality at Dubai Kartdrome. Come on, well, he was cheering on George Nassar in the junior second chance heat, and now is cheering on Danny Shields, who starts from 11th position. I think has quite a few kilos of lead on the cart, as I was explaining yesterday. So we will see who will be in the top 6 provisionally come the end of this race. All results called by myself up here in the commentary position are provisional, pending any sporting checks and judicial requirements for any incidents that occur. But the drivers now getting themselves ready and steeled for their second chance heat. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. And what a start from Nolan Lemeray right round the outside of Kamal Marad going into turn number 1. The Frenchman's going to hold on. And looks like Pianezzola might have just sprung up into second position, which he has. Danny Shields getting a bit racy around the outside of turn number 4 on the likes of the 929. From Paul Simard, who might run under a UK flag, but his family is from France, so he has got the French tricolour on his race overalls and side pods as well. 9 minutes and 24 seconds still to go. The field making their way through into turn number 10, now turn 11. So, great little start there by our driver on the outside of the front row, Nolan Lemeray, who we've seen throughout the course this season has been at the sharper end of the field, but is at the sharp end of the second chance heat. So he leads after the opening lap. Matteo Pianezzola, Kamal Marad, Maurice Hamilton, and we've had a coming together. Alexander Savinkov and Scott Westhovens coming through as Scott Westhovens was burying the throttle, which was spinning the front tyres. Well, and he just lights up the rears of Scott Westhovens. A 5-second time penalty in one of his heats actually knocked him out of the top 30. So second chance heat is where something, sometimes you get that second chance and it doesn't always play out your way. But with 8.5 minutes still to go, Lemeray still leads. Pianezzola, Murad. And then we have got Magic Hamera in 4th, running on a wing and a prayer, as he always keeps on telling me. Also an aspiring motorsport journalist in his own right. Loves covering a bit of touring cars as Magic. He's now up into, he's down into 5th place because Sebastian Bach has now moved up into 4th position. Paul Grisel, Lotus Sweden, Hugo Brun, Danny Shields and Rafael Jesus round out the top 10. Through into the left at turn number 4. It's going to be nipping up. The top 2 have already broken away. They're about 8/10 of a second. Well, they're nearly 8/10 of a second up the road are Lemeray and Pianezzola. Well, Manad trying to pull away from Sebastian Bach. They were close to half a second apart on the previous lap. So on lap 2 that was completed. Fastest lap of the race, Paul Simard. Simard in 14th position, the 929, representing the UK by way of France through Had a quick chat with him. Had a University of Bath T-shirt this morning underneath his race overalls when I spoke with quite a few of the paddock, as Pianizzola lights the touch paper and puts it through on the inside of Nolan Emery, going through into turn number 1 to now take the lead onto lap 4. Still very close in the train from 3rd down to what will be 8th, with Hugo Brun at the back of the train, Kamal Manad from Australia at the front end of that train. Sebastian Bach, Magic Camara, Paul Grisel, they round out provisionally at this moment the remaining part of the top 6 that will go through to the pre-finals and the finals later on today. Scott Westhoven's, no real surprise there after that incident with Alexander Savinkov. Now, unfortunately, retiring from the race. Could have been a very, very different story had he not had a front-fairing penalty that dropped him from 11th to 23rd in one of the heats. Lap 4 completed now. Pianizzola has the lead as we've got a full course yellow. A full course yellow. We've got someone off into the wall off of the outskirts of the exit of turn number 1. Can't make out which driver that is. Ah, right. That might more than likely be Zach Scowler from the As Heat Racing Academy. So marshals and medics on the scene as we speak. Well, they're moving towards the cart that is underneath the barrier that's stuck. So the race has now been neutralised. So we are under full course yellow. This will close the field up before we go ready to go racing again. They're just assessing Zach Scowler at the moment, who is completely conscious, completely compos mentis, which is always a good sign to see. So full course yellow has been employed at the circuit. The timer will continue to count down as this happens. So at the moment, Pianizzola leads the way. Lemeray in 2nd. Kamal Murad in 3rd. 4th is Sebastian Bach. Magic Camara rounds out the top 5. Paul Grisel, Lotus Tveen, Hugo Brun, Rafael Jesus, Danny Shields, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Paul Simard, Pat Gubbles, Miro Halika and Alexander Savinkov complete the 15-strong running order. Savinkov still running after the incident with Scott Westhoven's. So the drivers can weave from side to side, but don't do it too vigorously because otherwise you will spin the cart around, even in these temperatures. Air temperature now, 27 degrees Celsius. Good to see Zach Scowler walking under his own power, but with a little bit of a limp, it looks like. In some discomfort is the 316 from the UAE, representing Yas Heat Racing Academy alongside Zain El Homosani, who will be in action in Junior Rotax's pre-final at 11:45. A real shame for Zach. He's not had the easiest season here in the Euro Trophy. So driver is now at marshal post number 2 on the exit of turn number 1. So still under full course yellow conditions here at Karting de Fang in the 2nd chance heat for the seniors. They are running in a single file formation. No overtaking permitted. And it will be, more than likely, a sprint to... It'll be a sprint to the end because the green flag is now being prepared by our man down at the start line. So they are now going to put us under green flag racing. It's going to be starting from single file restart. So now they will start to slightly pick up some velocity, but not too much, otherwise they can get pinged for that. It is still under full course yellow. They cannot overtake until the green flag starts to wave. Now we start to build speed. Matteo Pianizola still leading the way. Lemeray, Mrad, Sebastian Bach. Then we've got Magic Chimera, Paul Grisel. That's your top 6. Lotus Fiend from Denmark. She's on the cusp of getting into that top 6. She's currently 7th. Head of Hugo Brun, Rafael Jesus, and Danny Shields. That's your top 10 as the drivers start weaving from side to side. We are getting set, getting ready for what will be 3 laps to go once the green flag waves approximately. Now we build speed, back underway, green flag waves. And now Lemeray looks up the inside as Pianizola sweep wide into turn number 1. Now he's going to look for the move up the inside through into turn 2. Can't get the job done there. Magic Chimera holding on ahead of Paul Grisel as they run through turn 4. Into the left-hander at turn 5. Pianizola has started to stretch a lead of about 3 to 4 kart lengths ahead of Lemeray as they go through into turn 6. Now hard into the braking zone. Pianizola carrying that momentum through the corners really, really nicely because the Italian is opting to sweep wide into corners to carry that extra couple of kilometers an hour or so through the corners. Next time, it's going to be penultimate lap, a little bit of a scrap at the back of the field. Puck Gubbles down to stone dead last at the minute, as we will have 2 laps to go. Pianizola. Oh, and Grisel trying to go on the offensive against Chimera for 5th place. And Chimera again defending into turn number 2 and 3. If there's a mistake from Magic Chimera, he could quickly drop down outside of the top 6, and that's it, game over. Paul Grisel tries to force the issue. Chimera holds his ground through into turn 5. Time has hit 0. Pianizola still leads. Lemeray 2nd. Kamal Murad rounding out the top 3 for Australia. Denmark in the form of Sebastian Bach in P4. Chimera putting on a stern defence ahead of France's Paul Grisel. Hugo Brun has now got past Lotus Tween for 7th place, and now up the inside. And it's the 3:37 of Rafael Jesus that gets past the Dane. Danny Shields could also get through, but we've got one more lap to go. 1,388 metres remain until the end of the second chance heat here in seniors. Pianizola still leads. Just under 2 tenths ahead of Nolan Lemeray. Kamal Mrad, Sebastian Bach, Magic Chimera and Paul Grisel might think they are safe at the moment. However, stranger things have happened in a second chance heat. Out of turn 4, through into turn number 5 they go. It's all about sometimes playing it a little bit safer in these second chance heats, because if you go for the risk versus reward situation and the risk does not work out, there's no reward for you at the end of it. Chimera, however, has got a little bit of pace now, challenging Sebastian Bach in the latter few corners for that 4th place. One more right-hander, then the rise over the crest still to go here at Mariembourg. It looks like it is going to be Matteo Pianizola that's going to pick up the provisional victory. Here in the senior second chance heat, the Italian takes the checkered ahead of Lemeray. Mrad in 3rd. 4th, Sebastian Bach. 5th, Magic Chimera. And provisionally in the 6th and final spot will be Paul Grisel from France. So Hugo Brun, Rafael Jesus, Lotus Tween and Danny Shields round out the top 10. With Paul Simard rounding out 11th, Miro Halika 12th, Alexander Savinkov in 13th, head of Ilias Kaliakmanis. Puck Gubbles rounding out the 15-strong field that were completed by just over 4 3/4 seconds. Zach Scowler out on lap 3, which caused the full course yellow. And Scott Westhoven's out on the very first lap with the incident between himself and Alexander Savinkov, with Westhoven's weekend coming to an abrupt end. Daniel Halsworth not taking part, neither did Sverre Ubben. But I have just seen There is a penalty going for the 382, Alexander Savinkov, for causing a collision. But that concludes the senior second chance heat. So, as the clean-up operation commences here at Karting Dauphin, there is Zach Scowler's kart being put onto the recovery trolley, a recovery vehicle that will take it back to the dummy grid. And in just 14 minutes' time, we're going to get underway with our first of 4 pre-finals. So, for those wondering, where can we see what the timetable is? It is in the description of this live stream. So, a big thank you to everyone that's been watching so far. So at 11:20, we start with Minimax. 11:45, Junior Rotax. Seniors at 12:10. And at 12:35, DD2 Masters. And then we will hold a minute's round of applause at 1 o'clock this afternoon on the start-finish straight in memoriam of the late Delano Van Toff, a driver who was very well known to this circuit, competed as a member of the karting family, and was tragically taken in a fatal accident at Spa-Francorchamps just 8 days ago. So at 11:20, we get back underway with the first of 4 pre-finals here in Belgium. Now we go on to the first of 4 pre-finals. Up first, it is Minimax. Let's have a look at your starting grid. So the ranking after the heat saw Estonia's Nikita Lyubimov take pole position for the pre-final in the 112. The 162 of Cole Denham from the UK will be alongside on the front row. It's an all-British row 2 with Jacob Ashcroft in the 122, joined by Oliver Warner in the 123. Felipe Reyes from the Netherlands in the 107 will be joined on row 3 by Albert Friend in the 191. The UAE's Maxim Bobrishov in the 131 and Mika van Berkel representing the Netherlands in the 185 will start on the outside of row number 4. It's Belgium and the UAE on row 5 completing the top 10 with Lucas Dorder in the 197 and Mariembourg in the 102. Isaac Barker and Rory Armstrong complete row 6. Lars Lambers, Denny Babacek, row 7. Row 8, Bram van der Weken and Vic van Kampenhout. Tom Reed, Jakob Kubera, Jack Freeman, Kieran Stewart, Konstantinos Kandilidis, Christian Sayerson, Amelie Davey and Miko Schweers round out the 24-strong grid. Now, both the pre-final and the final for the Minimax drivers, along with Junior Rotax, will be 11 minutes plus an additional lap. So a bit more strategy will be crucial in these later races. So people watching from the grandstands and also on the main terrace just off of the main centre building just above the cafeteria are waiting and looking at the spectacle firsthand. So Lyubimov, Danom, Ashcroft, Warner, Reyes, Friend, Bobrishov, Van Berkel, Stodder and Mariembourg. That is your top 10. So the drivers now will be getting themselves ready to go racing for the penultimate time this weekend. The top score for a race win or ranking after heats is 55 points. So the drivers now, right, it looks like we are not going to be made. We have got a first full start of the day. The race director, Thomas Leiner, just saying to the drivers, no, it's not going to happen. So we're going back around for another tour of the 1,388-metre circuit here in Mariembourg, not too far outside of Gauvin in Belgium. So the driver's now slowing to a crawl going through into the turn 7 right-hand hairpin. And Lyubimov and Cole Denham already starting to get into some semblance of a start formation. So we have 24 drivers, 12 rows of competitors, 11 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap. The red lights will be ignited again on the starting gantry. And the clock reset to 11 minutes. And from this, the results of the pre-final will determine the grid for the final. And that will take place at 2 o'clock local time this afternoon here in Mariembourg. So Lyubimov and Danom will have to control the rolling start as they now start to make their way up the slight incline. Past the dummy grid on the left-hand side, mechanics giving encouragement to their drivers. So, over the crest, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? This time we are green light racing. And Lyubimov keeps the race lead. Ashcroft looking to go up the inside of Danom to get second position, heading down into the run through to turn 2. Danom still round the outside of his teammate from Dan Holland Racing. They still get through. Danom still stays in second, but up the inside of Ashcroft goes Oliver Warner through turn number 4. Through turn 5 for the first time. Everyone pretty much in line astern formation, single file at the minute. as they go through the very fast right-hand sweeper at turn 6 into turn 7. Lubimov still leading at this early stage. Denholm in second. Third, it's Ashcroft. Fourth, it's Warner. Then it's Reyes. Then it's Friend. That's the top 6 pretty much unamended. Lieke van Berkel looks to have gotten up into 7th ahead of Maxim Bobrishov, who drops down to 8th as we complete the opening lap of the pre-final. Albert Friend now defending from Lieke van Berkel. And a little bit of a touch between front and rear bumper. Bobrishov trying to get through once again. Sweeps to the inside through into turn 2 on the 185 from the Netherlands, who holds the ground. And a change a little bit further back. That's Christian Sejersen through on the 116 of Kieran Stewart. That was at turn number 4. Now through into turn 7. Oh, that was a bit of a slide to the left on the back axle of Oliver Warner. Felipe Reyes has got through, so is Albert Friend. And Warner's off the track, he's gone rally crossing. That's compromised one of the other drivers, that's Rory Armstrong, who just got a little bit compromised. And the driver from County Down and Northern Ireland loses a couple, 2 to 3 positions. So lap 2 completed, Lubimov still leads, but starts defending. Oh, and Ashcroft is ahead of Denholm. Denholm looked up the inside through into turn 1, hit the curbs. And Ashcroft round the outside at turn number 2 on Nikita Lubimov through turn 3. They rub sidewalls and Ashcroft is through. Denholm is through. Nikita Lubimov down to 3rd place. Absolutely sterling, brazen overtaking at its finest, and it came from, of all people, Jacob Ashcroft. Through into turn 7, a little bit of a wide carry out of the corner by Cole Denholm. Still holds 2nd for the minute ahead of Lubimov. Albert Friend now up into 5th place behind Felipe Reyes. Oliver Warner still holding on into 6th at this moment. Maxim Bobrishov, Lieke van Berkel, they round out the top 8. Jack Freeman and Christian Sejersen now round out the top 20 as we complete lap number 3. Ashcroft now in front, 2.5 tenths ahead of Denholm. Lubimov 4.5 tenths off of Ashcroft in 3rd. Then it's Albert Friend ahead of Felipe Reyes. The 191 from Strawberry Racing now up into 4th position. But Felipe Reyes looking up the inside through turn number 4. They're going to go wheel to wheel. They nearly rub sidewalls. Friend does not stay ahead. Felipe Reyes got through on the inside on the run through out of turn 4 into turn number 5. Oliver Warner now has, right behind him, Lieke van Berkel, and with that is also Lucas Dorder, who goes on the curbs through on the exit of turn number 8 and out of turn number 7 and turn number 8. Just behind them, I think that might be Emilian Bull in the 102, which is the case. So youngster representing the UAE. Name suggests French origin there from my side. 6 minutes and 55 seconds left to go, plus an additional lap. Ashcroft leading the way, but only by 1 3/4 tenths as Denny Babacek gets passed by Vic van Kampenhout for 15th position, heading into turn number 1. Albert Friend now starting to defend. He's got Maxim Bobrishov right behind him in the 131. A little bit further back, I think Jack Freeman might have just made a move again up the order. Might have gone up into 19th on that particular occasion. That was going through into turn number 4. But at this, as Oliver Warner now manages to neatly get through on Maxim Bobrishov. Bobrishov drops down into 7th, ahead of Van Berkel. You've got Lucas Dorder and Emilian Bull. Then you've got quite a few others behind. Lars Lambers, Isaac Barker, Rory Armstrong. Jakub Kubera on the Sodi Kart chassis for JM Kart Club VACR, representing the Czech Republic, rounds out the top 14. Bobrishov looking to get through on Warner again. I'm not too sure if he made the move. They just came through into my line of sight, coming through turn number 1. So Bobrishov is through. Van Berkel is through. So Van Berkel now finds herself up into what will be 7th position. Bobrishov up into 6th behind Albert Friend, who's losing ground to the top 4. The gap is about 1.5 seconds up the inside of Oliver Warner. Oh, and there's been a massive incident. Massive incident. Oliver Warner, okay, he was launched out of the cart, which went spiralling. It was cartwheeling after Rory Armstrong went up the inside. The main thing is Oliver Warner is okay straight away, and we got one driver off the circuit coming out of turn number 8, and that is Lars Lambers. That was a bit of a scare there. Oliver Warner all okay, but in the meantime, at the front end of the field, it is Cole Denham that gets through on Jacob Ashcroft to now take the lead on lap number 7. Nikita Lyubimov looking to go through on the inside, and he touches with Ashcroft, and they're both off the circuit. Both off the circuit. Albert Friend goes through. Difficult rejoin there for Nikita Lyubimov, as medical team is on their way over to, I think, to assist Lars Lambers. Full course yellow again. Full course yellow again. So, race has been neutralised. There is the upside-down Kart Republic chassis of Oliver Warner. There is Jakub Kubera's Sodi kart. So we have got a full course yellow situation. Lars Lambers being attended to by the medics. So now the field will close up again. Got 3 3/4 minutes. So at this time, a very, very prudent decision again to put us under full course yellow. Half speed, no overtaking permitted. Everyone has to run in single file formation. So Cole Denham is at the front of the field. Philippe Perez in 2nd. Albert Friend 3rd. Lieke van Berkel, Maxime Bobrishov, Lucas Dorder, Nikita Lyubimov, Jacob Ashcroft, Rory Armstrong and Isaac Barker ran at the top 10. Drivers through that incident just off of turn number 7 a lap ago. Oliver Warner, Lars Lambers and Jakub Kubera out of the race. But I have to say that is one of the most frightening moments I've seen in Minimax competition for a very, very long time. I'm so glad. Well, Lars Lambers is walking on his own 2 feet. Oliver Warner was thrown from the cart when it started cartwheeling, and he was straight up on his feet like a cat with 9 lives. So I'm so glad to see that they are all okay. So the timer under full course yellow conditions will continue to count down. So drivers will have to slow. They have to be in very close formation. And it will be single file. Once everything's been cleared, then the race director will then put us under the start of a green flag restart, which will mean single file, no overtaking permitted until the green flag is shown and they've crossed the yellow line on the start-finish straight. So Cole Denham now becomes the effective de facto pace kart at this time. This time around, we will go racing under full green flag conditions. So we will have 2 laps remaining, or we might even have just 1 lap remaining. There are 44 seconds to go on the clock. And if they get past that start-finish line with 5 to 10 seconds remaining, they'll have 2 laps to go. So through the final right-hander. Now they will start to increase their velocity. The green flag is prepped and waiting for our race leader, Cole Denham. 2 laps to go. And Denham gets the absolute monster of restarts. 0.3 of a second ahead of Philippe Perez. Albert Friend in third. Lieke van Berkel. There is a change for what is going to be 6th position. That's Nikita Lubimov. Philippe Perez goes defensive on Albert Friend. And the 153, Isaac Barker's bumper looks to be a little bit askew on the right side. They are all making their way through into turn 6. Timer has expired. After this, 1 more lap to go. Cole Denham looks to be slightly extending that lead right now ahead of Philippe Perez. And with the fact that Philippe Perez is leading the train from second backwards, it's going to be a scrap for 2nd and 3rd position. Now the final lap board is out for the race in the Minimax Pre-Final. Albert Friend goes defensive on Lieke van Berkel. Bobrishov is waiting in the wings, and so is Nikita Lubimov. Rory Armstrong is there. Jacob Ashcroft is there. There is going to be an absolute dogfight. Ashcroft round the outside once again, and he's doing it. Seems to be his sweet spot. He's just got past Lucas Stodder in the 197. Still just over half a lap to go. If Ashcroft can get himself to the inside of row number 3, that'll be P5. He'll have the inside line for the final. Albert Friend has just had Lieke van Berkel to the outside, and as a result of that, Bobrishov has just gotten through. Van Berkel tried to go on the outside through turn 8, and Bobrishov saw the window of opportunity. Mistake there from Nikita Lubimov. Ashcroft to the outside. 3 wide as Rory Armstrong goes to the inside at turn number 12. And now through on the inside, and Ashcroft and Armstrong come together. And Ashcroft is in the barriers and he's clutching his right arm. He's out of this race, and Cole Denham takes it. Well, okay, I'm going to calm down for a minute because that was more than lively is the term I'm going to use here. But let's have a look at the results. Cole Denham takes the win out of Philippe Perez, Maxim Bobrishov, who round out the top 3. Albert Friend in 4th, Lieke van Berkel in 5th. Nikita Lubimov will not remain in 6th position because he's just got a 5-second time penalty for pushing, which will drop Nikita Lubimov right out of the top 18. So that will probably put Nikita Lubimov 19th after that. So Vic van Kampenhout, Bran van der Weken, Jack Freeman and Denny Babacek, along with Christian Sejersen, will complete the top 10. Lucas Stott, and that's just been adjusted. Nikita Lubimov, 18th. So Jack Freeman, 8th. Denny Babacek, 9th. Christian Sejersen, 10th. Lucas Stodder, Tom Reed, Konstantinos Kandilidis, Isaac Barker, Mika Schwerz, Mariembourg, Kieran Stewart, Nikita Lubimov, Amelie Davey, and Rory Armstrong round out the 20 that finished. Jacob Ashcroft through an incident with Rory Armstrong on the penultimate corner of the circuit with 1 lap to go. Ashcroft was out and down in 21st. He's got a lot of work to do in the final later on. Oliver Warner, Lars Lambers, and Jakob Cabrera out on the incident through turn 7 on lap number 5. So recovery operation underway to pick up the carts on the exit of turn number 7. So the main thing is that, well, firstly, I was so happy to see once the 123 of Oliver Warner's Kart Republic chassis, the youngster from Argenti Motorsport, when it started cartwheeling and ended up on its Nassau panel. So glad that he was literally through the centrifugal force that literally exited him out of the kart stage left. But, good. That's great. Thumbs up from Ollie Warner there. Really, really good to see. But we have got an exciting Minimax final on our hands. In just under 5 minutes' time, we get underway with our second of 4 pre-finals. We will head to Junior Rotax. Now we go to the second of our 4 pre-finals. It is Junior Road Tax. Here is your starting grid for a capacity 36 drivers. Kasper Schormans leading the way after the ranking after heats will start on pole position. Alongside him will be Mateo Radenkovic, Boluet and Timo Jungling in the 224 and the 265. That's row 2. The 276 of Alberto Kiko Fracassi and the 244 of Kenzo Craigie round out row 3. Lucas Sell in the 235 and the 230 of Boris Maximov. That's row number 4. Row 5 completing the top 10. It's Archie Clark in the 247 and Max Sadersky in the 297. Running out the top 20, it's the 264 of Julian Kovacevic, the 234 of Max Cuthbert, the 229 of August Reber, the 212 of Armand Hamilton, the 228 of Thomas Ingram Hill, the 295 of Zain El Homossani, Tom Streller in the 238, Krik Knorren in the 262, Laura Bubanova in the 281, and Joshua Graham, who had to fight back through the heats yesterday, rounds out the top 20 in the 298. Hamza Al-Fayez, Matthias Jellerup, Charlie Smith, Thomas Behrman, Casper Nissen, Theo Palmer, Ollie Wise, Ryan Bourguignon, Antoine Crissel, and Olivier Jonkers round out the top 30, and completing the 36-strong grid with the 6 drivers qualifying through the second chance heat: Noah Janssen, Taze Stevens, Cameron Nelson, Oscar Gouchot, Mathis Ometra, and Germany's Sebastian Kosch. So, as with the Minimax division, it will be 11 minutes plus an additional lap for this penultimate race of the weekend for Junior Road Tax. 41 drivers made it here, and now we have said goodbye to 5 drivers whose weekend came to an end in the second chance heat this morning. So the field makes its way through the final right-hander and slows to a crawl. Schormans and Radenkovic will be controlling the pace as the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry ahead of 11 minutes plus 1 additional lap. The drivers split. They head into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The Junior Pre-Final gets underway. Good start by the inside row going into turn number 1. Schormans and Louette lead the way. There has been a little bit of a drama. There's 2 carts off at the back end of the grid. One already getting out. That is the 245. That's Oscar Gouchot from France, who didn't take part in the heats yesterday and might have a problem, maybe chain related with the engine, that has caused problems for him. Somebody else has just been off the track. That was one of the Dan Honda racing carts who's just rejoined in front of teammate Cameron Nelson. Can't really make out who that was as the drivers make their way through into turn 9, into turn 10. Now the leader's coming through into turn 12. And someone making up a couple of positions. That was more than likely a JJ Racing kart that I've just seen. Might have been Max Cuthbert that might have just made up a couple of positions. So Kasper Schormans leads the way. Second, it's Boluet. Fracassi now up into second position, having got past Boluet through turn number 1. So the drivers make their way through out of turn 4 into turn number 5. Schormans leads the way. Fracassi has been a little bit of a threat so far this weekend, has led heat so far yesterday. As they go through turn 7. Very, very closely packed indeed between pretty much the entirety of the field, apart from Oscar Gouchot, who looks to be out. 9.5 seconds covering all 35 drivers. As, oh no! We've had one kart turned around And Zayn El Homosani is not going any further. The back axle bent on the left-hand side, and the Yazheat Racing Driver Academy's race is done. So someone was pointing the wrong way. And was that... Oh, that was Boris Maximov. I think that was Boris Maximov, who just had a massive... And that was August Raber, who had an almighty front end. That was front-to-front impact between the pair. Maximov out. August Raber, I think, has managed to continue. And also, we've had a penalty issued for Boris Maximov, whose race has been abruptly ended. 5-second time penalty for braking formation with all four wheels outside of the tram lines. And once again, it looks, well, we have got yellow flags off of turns 10 and 11. So there is Zayn El Homosani's kart on the bottom right. In the middle, that is Boris Maximov's kart. And, in the meantime, there has been a change at the front. Alberto Kiko Fracassi is now leading. Kenzo Craigie up to third. Shawman's down to second. Loet down to fourth. And there is Mateo Radenkovic. Lucas Sell now also joins the top six. There's Archie Clark in seventh. Armin Hamilton, Julian Kovacevic, and steadily, silently making his way up through the field. Max Cuthbert completes the top 10. So we're already down to 32 drivers. Mathieu Saumetre down in 32nd. Gabriel Murray saying, come on, Theo Palmer. Well, Theo is currently 30th at the moment in the 249. But the dogfight continues at the front end of the field. Fracassi still leads. Now on to lap number 5 with 7 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. Shawman's Craigie, Loet, Radenkovic and Sells ran out the top 6. Great scrap here for 7th, being led by Archie Clark. Armin Hamilton, Max Cuthbert in the meantime has got past Germany's Julian Kovacevic for 9th. 11th, it's Krik Norden. Timo Jungling finds himself all the way down in 12th position. He started on the outside of row number 2. The number 265 from Dan Holland Racing. Hamza Al-Fayez up to 16th behind Thomas Ingram Hill in the 228. Thomas Behrman 17th, having started 24th. Al-Fayez started 21st. Ingram Hill started 15th. As there's a change for position. That is Armand Hamilton. Through on Archie Clark. That's for 7th position. So 5 minutes down, 6 to go, plus an additional lap. Fracassi had a slender lead as it's getting a bit feisty up at the front end of the field. Radenkovic looks to have gotten through up a position. And he is up to 4th. Casper Shawmans is tussling with the 296 coming out of turn 7 through into turn 8. So Shawmans is now down into 5th place. Just behind him is the 235 of Lucas Sell. In the lead of the race now is Alberto Kiko Fracassi. So in total, we do already have 4 out. August Raber did not carry on after the front end, the head-on collision between himself and Boris Maximov, but both walked away from it. So it's Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Kenzo Craigie, Boluet, Mateo Radenkovic, Casper Shawmans, Lucas Sell, Armand Hamilton, Archie Clark, Max Cuthbert and Julian Kovacevic that ran at the top 10. Jungling now past Krik Norden for 11th position. Running at the top 15 now is Thomas Ingram Hill in the number 228. Josh Graham started down in 20th, currently sitting in 23rd position. Thomas Ingram Hill, in the meantime, has set the fastest lap on lap number 4 of this race, 56.482 seconds. Kenzo Craigie has got a fight in his hand because here comes Boluet up the inside through into turn 1 to take 2nd position away from the Argenti Motorsport driver. But they are being closed in on by the quartet behind, but also starting to close in a little bit by a little bit at the moment. Are the likes of Archie Clark, Max Cuthbert, and Julian Kovacevic. Well, Kovacevic is dropping a little bit behind Max Cuthbert. So very shortly we'll complete lap number 8 of this Junior Rotax Pre-Final, and Alberto Kiko Fracassi is still leading the way ahead of Boluet. Dave Stevens has just retired a couple of laps ago, and I've just noticed the 2:47 Archie Clark has just been given a 5-second time penalty by race control by causing an avoidable collision. So Archie Clark, running 8th on the road, will be a little bit further down come the end of this race. So with a 5-second time penalty, that's going to put him around 16th, 17th, if things were to finish as they are right now. But Alberto Kiko Fracassi still leading. Armand Hamilton has the fastest lap in the pocket at the moment. The driver in 7th position on lap 7, set a 56.257. Fracassi has a slender lead. Boluet is right on his case. Craigie is there. Radenkovic, Shawmans, Lucas Sells, and now add Armand Hamilton. It's a 6-cart train at the front of the field. Through into the right-hand sweeper at 6 they go. At high velocity, hard on the brakes, turn it right. Into the hairpin at turn 7. Bump over the curbs through the left here at 8. Through this slight chicane, through 9 into 10. But Fracassi doing exactly what he needs to do. Staying in front, staying ahead of the rest of the opposition. So, a minute and a half to go. And Fracassi still leads. He's slightly extended his lead to just over 0.2 of a second. Kenzo Craigie in 3rd. Matej Radenkovic in 4th. Kasper Schaumann still remains in 5th position. 6th, Lucas Sell is now up the inside of Radenkovic, who went a little bit wide going into turn 4, who's nearly interlocking wheels with the 2.35 of Lucas Sell, who's just got through. Radenkovic has also lost another position to Armand Hamilton and drops down from 4th to 7th. Just under 60 seconds on the timer remains in this pre-final here in Junior Rotax. So retirements, lap 5, Dave Stevens. Lap 2, Boris Maximov, August Raber, and Zain El Homosani. Oscar Gucho's kart failing through the opening corner of the first lap. So 2 laps to go after this. So we're underway with the penultimate lap. And Alberto Kiko Fracassi still continues to lead, but by just over 0.18 of a second. Craigie still holding station in 3rd. Radenkovic down in 7th position. Timo Jungling in the meantime, who's now up to 11th position, has put in the fastest lap of the race. 56.206. By the 2.65, based out of London in the UK. Timer has now expired. 1 more lap remains after this. And Fracassi looks to be starting to extend his lead. Tom Strella has just put in the fastest lap. The Latvian for Dan Holland Racing in the 2.38. 56.150. Last lap board is out. Fracassi leads the field around this 1.388 kilometre circuit for the final time in this penultimate race of the weekend. So they head through turn 3, now into turn number 4. So just 8 corners remain in this final lap of the race. This circuit has been around since 1987. And that is effectively 36 years of operation. As we have got a yellow flag. Right, we've got a bit of a drama coming, and that was Cameron Nelson and Theo Palmer coming together. So yellow flags going into turn 10, but out of the final corner, it's going to be a run to the line. Who's going to take it? It is Alberto Kiko Fracassi. He's going to get it. Is he? No. Hang on. Yes. Closest winning margin this weekend. Alberto Kiko Fracassi wins a pre-final in the Euro Trophy. And by the smallest margin for a very, very long time, 14 thousandths. As Boluet went to the outside of the Italian, going down towards the start-finish line. Alberto Kiko Fracassi picks up the victory in the pre-final ahead of Boluet. Kenzo Craigie rounds out the top 3 ahead of Kasper Schaumanns. Lucas Sell, Armand Hamilton, Matej Radenkovic, Max Cuthbert. Archie Clark will stay 9th, but not for very much longer because he will drop after a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. That will promote Timo Jungling and Krik Norden and quite a few others. So provisionally it's Jungling in 10th, Norden in 11th, head of Julian Kovacevic, Max Sudersky, Hamza Al-Fayez. There's another penalty going through. That is for the 2-2-8. That's Thomas Ingram Hill, who finishes behind Archie Clark and Charlie Smith. Thomas Behrman, Matthias Jellerup, Tom Streller, Ollie Wise, Laura Bubanova, Thomas Ingram Hill now 22nd on the adjusted penalties that were initiated through the race. Olivier Jonkers, Noah Janssen, Casper Nissen, Mariembourg Guinard, Sebastian Koch, Mathieu Saumetre, and Antoine Grissel, the last of the 29 classified finishers, completing the full 13 laps. And Cameron Nelson and Theo Palmer out with 1 lap to go, going through into turn number 11. Dave Stevens out on lap 5. August Reber, Zain El Homosani, Boris Maximov, and Oscar Gudshow all retired from the race. So clean-up operation here at the circuit as several carts needing to be recovered back to the dummy grid, including Cameron Nelson, Boris Maximov, Zain El Homosani, amongst others. And in just a few minutes' time, we're going to get underway with our penultimate pre-final of the race weekend. It is CD Rotax, a capacity 36-strong grid, going into battle in just under 7 minutes' time here at Captain Defagne. Now we get underway with the penultimate pre-final of round 3 of the championship season. It's senior Rotax. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So, Kai Hillertz, after pole position in time qualifying and 3 heat victories yesterday, starts from pole position. Alongside him will be the defending champion, Sean Butcher, who's put on his Sunday best white overalls on to give him the best opportunity and a little bit of lady luck alongside. Mariembourg and Jules Roussel round out row 2. Divian Horst and Montego Masson, row 3. Mark Kimber and Austin Lee, row 4. Row 5, it is Paul Forquivin and Archie Walker. Elia Papacena and Lewis Gilbert round out row 6. Kai Hunter, Vic Stevens, Tommy van der Stoys, Matthew Higgins, Miska Kaskinen, Ethan Jeff Hall, Jaden Teen, and Zombard Kovac round out the top 20. Matti Sturlo, Robbie Stordeur, William Christensen, Lauren Legault, James Swindells, Patrick Donica, Lachlan Robertson, Maxence Bouvier, Dion van Verven, and Mitch Haynett qualified for the pre-final through the ranking after heats yesterday. Qualifying through the second chance heat this morning, Italy's Matteo Pianizzola, France's Nolan Lemeray, Australia's Kamal Mrad, Sebastian Bach from Denmark, the UK's Magic Camara, and rounding out the 36-strong capacity grid, it's France's Paul Grisel. And good to see my good friend from the island of Taiwan, Mr. Roger Young, is in the house. And he's cheering on his good buddies that he met up with at Portimao at the Grand Finals last year. Mark Kimber and Sean Butcher. Roger, it's good to see you all with us as always. Hopefully we might see some people from the island of Chinese Taipei and Taiwan at Bahrain this year if they haven't already qualified. And for those that might remember Project E20 last year, Chen Han Lin was 3rd on the podium. So it was the nation's first ever podium at the Grand Finals. Can they repeat that feat this year? Who knows? We'll have to wait to see if someone does go into Project E20. There is a lot of excitement around the future of electric propulsion with Rotax. We've got Project E10 here this weekend alongside its big brother. And E10 made its debut last year at the Grand Finals in Portimao with a public press conference unveiling it and also with a demonstration race. So it's Hillertz and Butcher on the front row. A capacity grid of 36 senior Rotax drivers about to go into battle. Gabriel Murray cheering on James Swindells, who starts from 25th. That's the inside of row number 13. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The red lights go out. We are underway in the senior Rotax pre-final. Mariembourg gets through on Sean Butcher in the run through turn number 1 as Hillertz holds on to the race lead. 2 abreast coming out of turn number 3. It's getting a bit close for comfort. Through turn 4, will everyone make it through? Yes, they have so far. Through into the 90 left at turn 5. A little bit of kick up of dust on the right. Coming through the corner, Lachlan Robertson makes up a position. Going through the right-hand sweeper at turn number 6. Is someone getting a bit very, very brave and brazen around the outside at turn number 7. But Hillertz leads the way. As the drivers now make their way through to the final right-hander. Across the line to complete lap number 1. It's Hillertz that will lead the way after the opening lap. And Jules Roussel has dropped all the way down to 11th. Oh, touch between Mariembourg on the left rear bumper of Kai Hillertz. So right front to left rear. Butcher's there. Kimber's there. Butcher keeps it pinned to the inside. That's a great move on the inside of Mariembourg. And Mark Kimber also squeezes through. Now into turn 7. Devian Huss is there. There's Montego Masson. Along with that, the likes of Kai Hunter, Austin Lee, Paul Forquivin, and Archie Walker rounding out the top 10. Oh, and there's a moment. That's Zombard Kovac around. Back axle lifted up in the air. And there's another kart going off the circuit through turn number 8. Mattis Tolo definitely getting his elbows out, going through turn number 12 and into turn 13. But Rilets got a little bit of a scare, courtesy of Farin Mega, but now he's opened up a lead of just under 4 tenths ahead of Sean Butcher. Austin Lee running out the top 8, puts in the fastest lap, 56.576 seconds for the youngster based out of Weisendorf in Germany, proudly sporting the stars and stripes of the USA. Family's originally from Portland, Oregon, as Kimber looks for the move up the inside through turn 7 on Sean Butcher. Kimber gets through, Butcher manages to hold on and keep a hold of 3rd place. Farin Mega now drops behind Montego Masson, so drops from 4th to 6th. And along with that, Devian Huss is also in front of the German as Farin Mega up the inside through turn 13. Montego Masson not only loses a place to Farin Mega, but Austin Lee went through 2 at the same time. Lee and Masson have been competing against each other for a number of years. I still remember the pair battling over the Minimax crown in RMC Germany in 2020. They went to the Wittgenborn finale, and now Austin Lee fires it up the inside of Farin Mega. Let's not forget, both former teammates at JJ Racing. So still, they make their way through into the right-hand sweeper at turn number 6. Matthew Higgins currently started 16th, now in 19th. Lachlan Robinson has made up a few positions in the meantime, 27th at the start, now 22nd. What's more, Magic Hamera, 35th on the grid, now 23rd. And is that Archie Walker running a little bit slow? That is. Archie Walker was running slow coming out of turn number 12. And he was running behind Tommy van der Stoys. So Archie Walker, where is he dropped all the way down to? I think his race might be done and dusted. That's a real shame for the 16-year-old out of Billericay in Essex. Right down to the back end of the field. I think his race is done. That's going to be the first retirement. Yep, there are yellow flags waving at Marshall post number 12. And in the meantime, a little bit of a duel between Elliot Papacetta and Lewis Gilbert. Gilbert has just gotten through at turn number 7, so a change for position there. There's the 375. There is Matthew Higgins. Right behind him, there is the 326 of KR Sports, Lachlan Robinson. Looks to have made his way. I think he might be now in the top 20. So Robinson is charging. Remember when he came back with KR Sport last year in the heats, and he was at the top of the intermediate classification. Robinson now 21st and climbing. So, yeah, Archie Walker is out of the race, I'm afraid. I thought that cart might have been going slowly. So that just goes to show how quickly things can change. You could be running really, really well in the top 10, top 12 as Robinson. That was up the inside more than likely on, well, that was going to be a French driver. Might have been on Maxence Bouvier on that particular occasion. So did Robinson get through? Might not have, well, he might have done. I'm not 100% sure. Just waiting for him to come through shots. Okay, I think he did. Yes, he did. And also, so did William Christensen. Relitz at the moment is still leading. He had half a second advantage. It's now 6.5 tenths with 8 minutes and 20 still to go. And Robbie Storder, who's currently 26 at the moment, is now trying to move up the order. So 8 minutes plus an additional lap still to go in this senior pre-final. Hillett's leading the way. Kimber in second. Devian Horst, Sean Butcher, Austin Lee. They round out the top 5. Farin Mega 6th. Out of Montego Masson, Jules Roussel, Kai Hunter, and now into the top 10. Past Tommy van der Stoys goes the 369 of Belgium's Vic Stevens with the Dams Racing Team. So with 7.5 minutes to go, still all to play for at this moment. Willets in some respects, controlled proceedings yesterday. But the ante, the pace increases even further on finals day, because everyone is fired up, ready to go racing. We still have 35 out of 36 runners still circulating after 7 laps. We are currently on lap number 8. And Miska Kaskinen, in the meantime, the Flying Finn, who currently sits in 15th position on lap number 6, put in the fastest lap of the race. Now it goes to Montego Masson, 55.287 seconds. But Gilles now has the lead over Strawberry Racing teammate Mark Kimber to the tune of 9/10 of a second. And it's just put in a personal best, 55.331 seconds. Kaskinen now past Ethan Jeff Hall for 14th. Lewis Gilbert and Elliot Papacena are line astern. They're trying to chase down and get their way into the top 10. Firstly, trying to get past the 369 of Belgium's Vic Stevens, who last time was just over 1.1 seconds ahead of the 329 from Kaf Monosport. The pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, as look up the inside. That's for second. Devian Hoss now going toe-to-toe with Mark Kimber. Sean Butcher waiting in the wings and now looks for the move up the inside. The Dutchman goes up into second through turn 4. Kimber instantly looks over his right shoulder and sees that Butcher is there. Austin Lee also looked over his left shoulder at the same time and saw that Foreign Mega was a few kart lengths behind him. So 5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And Kai Hillitz looks to expand his lead. It's now over 1.1 seconds, and that is climbing. Obviously, with a battling between Devian Host and Mark Kimber, that will now have increased, probably more than likely north of 1.3 seconds. After 9 laps, the lead is now nearly a second and a half as Butcher finally gets through on Mark Kimber, bided his time, and there is Austin Lee. 3 karts from Strawberry Racing, now in the top 5. And Gilles, on lap number 9, put in the fastest lap in clean air, 55.249 seconds, which says to me that the 16-year-old from Tremelo in Belgium has pace to spare. But what he also wants to do is to consolidate a comfortable gap. He does not need to go all out, because if he does that too early, the Mojo D5s are going to burn out. So he's just got to have mechanical sympathy, tyre sympathy, and also the temperatures being as hot as they have been for quite a bit. We are now at 28 degrees Celsius, and it has stayed like that for the last hour or so. At the very least, it's felt hotter than that today. And good to see OH management cheering on Ethan Jeff Hall, who's now up into 14th past Tommy van der Stoys. Nolan Lemeray now makes it into the top 20. And a bit of a difficult one for Lachlan Robinson. He's found himself all the way down to 34th in the meantime. He was making steady progress up the order. So not too sure what's happened to Robinson there, whether it might be technically related. But we have 3 minutes to go, plus 1 additional lap. So with 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go, Kai Hillitz expands his lead to 1.6 seconds. He's looking for the perfect weekend here at Mariembourg. And at this moment, no one seems to be able to get close to him at this time. Elia Papacena, coached by the legend that is Mr. Baz Lammers, has just put in the fastest lap. Papacena is with Kai Hunter. Now he's passed him. Papasena not only puts in the fastest lap of this race with a 55.005, he has just got past the pride of Sunderland, Mr. Kai Hunter, in the 3.95 from Dan Holland Racing. So Papasena doing a great job. Baz Lammers did actually, when I spoke to him earlier on this weekend, he did say to me, well, we might be going to PFI. Just depends on how this weekend pans out. Well, at the moment, Baz, it's looking pretty good indeed. So 1 minute and 40 still to go. Rilletz is just comfortably calm in his calculation of how to push. Does he need to put in the fastest laps? Well, last 2 laps, 55.133. Previous lap to that, 55.218. And then the lap previous to that, well, was also in the low 55s. So we are now going to complete lap number 14 with just a minute to go. So 3 laps remain. And Rilletz has the lead of nearly 1.7 seconds. Divian Horst still in second. Butcher, Kimber, Lee, Mega, Marson, Roussel, Stevens and Papasena. That completes the top 10. Nolan Lemarais is the only change in the top 20, having just got past Mitch Haynett for 18th position. Zombor Kovac has also retired on lap number 13. Matteo Pianizzoli's dropped all the way down to the back of the grid. That's a real shame for the Italian in the 3:56 from Strawberry Racing. As we head into the final 25 seconds of the Senior Rotax Pre-Final. So Rilletz looks to further extend that lead with 2 laps to go. Now it's 1.9 and Rilletz has just gone faster still. Papasena is the first driver in the race to break 55 seconds. On lap number 13, the Italian in the 3:04 from MKC Motorsport has put in an absolute blinder. 54.923. Is he now past? More to the point, Vic Stevens. He's right with him, going through turn 6 with a lap and a half to go. Farhan Mega battling away with Montego Masson and Jules Roussel now have Vic Stevens and Elia Papasena. It's a 5-way scrap for what will be 6th place, as we're very shortly going on to the final lap of the Senior Rotax Pre-Final. Rilletz already making his way over the slight crest to see the last lap board. He's won 3 races. He's on 1 lap away from hitting race number 4 in a row. 1.8 seconds is the gap between him and Devian Horst. Butcher in 3rd. Kimber was nearly 0.6 of a second behind him in 4th. Austin Lee, Farin Mega, Montego Masson, Jules Roussel, Vic Stevens and Elia Papasena. Very, very closely packed, and right behind them, Elia Papasena. Now he's got a 1.1 second gap between himself and Kai Hunter, as there is Papasena. Now who is that behind them? Is that Jules Roussel that might have dropped a few places? I'm not 100% sure, because that is a French driver just on the tail end of the Italian, as they go through into turn number 11 for the final time. And that is Jules Roussel. Roussel was running 8th, and now that's a squabble for the top 10. Rilletz takes his 4th successive race win in a row this weekend, winning by nearly 1.7 seconds ahead of Devian Horst. Sean Butcher in 3rd, 4th Mark Kimber, 5th Austin Lee, 6th Farhan Mega, 7th Montego Masson, Vic Stevens in 8th, Elia Papasena and Jules Roussel round out the top 10. Kai Hunter in 11th, ahead of Lewis Gilbert. Then Miska Kaskinen, Ethan Jeff Hall, Tommy van der Stroys ran out the top 15. Paul Forquemin, Nolan Lemarais, Jaden Thien, Mitch Haynett and Matisse Solo ran out the top 20. William Christensen, Lauren Legault, Patrick Donica, Matthew Higgins, Maxence Bouvier, Dion van Verven. That rounds out the top 26, with Paul Grisel, Magic Hamera, James Swindells and Lachlan Robinson completing the top 30. Sebastian Bach, Robbie Storder, Kamal Mrad rounding out the 33 that all finished all 17 laps of race Pjanic out on lap 13. Lap 12, Zsombor Kovac and Archie Walker with a technical problem straight away retired on lap number 3. Now we go to our last pre-final of the race weekend. It is DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. Martin van Uwen and Enzo Bol make it an all-Dutch front row, being closely intertwined throughout the heats yesterday. Jakub Bezel and Maxim Shurko will be on row number 2. Victor Frostbay and Axel Sarniala will be on row number 3. Maxim Didix and Peter Bezel will be on row 4. DD2 Masters pole sitter Nicolas Picot will be on the inside of row number 5. Alongside him will be Patrick Snolls Lochmelis, Carl Gustav Borgard and Lucas Pernod. That is row 6. Nicolas Guillaume, aka Unamas, will not have Manuel Tension alongside him. I've seen Manuel just walking down just outside of the main race control building just very shortly. So there will be a space there on row 7. Christophe Capitan, Sebastian Schou, Michael Becker, Denis Thum, Martin Stankiewicz and Jules Cousin will round out the top 20. And there is an issue. That is for Mats Johan Overhoff, who's trying to do something to the steering column. And he's due to start 24th. David Outlechner, Edward Matthews, Leonardo Baccaglini. Overhoff due to start 24th. Philip Moitzi, Alexander Scheiblecker, Tony Hogg, Lucas... Well, Philip Moitzi not taking part in this. So Alexander Scheiblecker, Tony Hogg, Lucas De Vera, Igor Mukin, and Kamil Kubera. Looks like Thomas Birstins is not showing on the grid either. So we will be down to effectively 28 drivers. Thomas Birstins is starting from the dummy grid. I've just seen him waiting there. So once the drivers get released for the start, he will then be released from the dummy grid. So as you can see in the picture-in-picture on your screens at home, folks, there is Tomasz Birstins, who was very, very quick at the Drift and Go facility at Šiauliai in Lithuania for the opening round of Rotax Max Challenge Nordic this season, which heads to Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia. The second round will head to Ropatsi just outside of Riga at the 333 Sport Complex in 2 weeks' time. So 14 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. We'll then decide our grid for the final, and that will conclude the racing action here this afternoon at 3:15 p.m. Drivers being instructed to slow, and now they slow to an absolute crawl. It's a standard procedure here in DD2 and Masters as they go up the rev range. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time into turn 1. Van Leeuwen gets the whole shot. Bol slots into second position. Jakub Bezel trying to hold on to third place as he's got Maxim Shurko from Lithuania, Axel Sarniala. Victor Frostbay looks to have moved down into sixth place. As Tony Hogg getting his elbows out a little bit, trying to close in on the 5.29 of Kamil Kubera as they go through into turn 5 for the opening tour. Now into 6 and 7. Go the drivers. Van Leeuwen leads the way. So Tomasz Birstins has been released. So we got 29 drivers, non-starters from Philip Moitzi and Manuel Tenschert, both from Austria. So after the opening lap, Martin Van Leeuwen from the Netherlands for Schippers Racing crosses the line just ahead of Enzo Bol. Just over 0.17 of a second separate the top two. Jakub Bezel in third. Maxim Shurko, Axel Sarniala. Peter Bezel drops to 10th behind Nicolas Picot as the 4.23 of Jakub Bezel trying to wrestle with the steering wheel going through into turn number 4 to try and get past Enzo Bol for second. But he's coming under real pressure from the youngster from Lithuania, Maxim Shurko, looking for the opportunity to get through. A previous DD2 champion here in the Euro Trophy. So Axel Sarniala finds himself down in 5th position as the drivers make their way through turn number 11. Now 12, into 13, and then over the slight incline at the top part of the circuit on the start-finish straight. Van Leeuwen still controlling proceedings as we come across the line. And now Jakub Bezel looks for the inside move on Enzo Bol through turn 2. Bol keeps it round the outside and stays in second. Sarniala looks up the inside of Maxim Shurko through turn 2, but the Finn can't get past. Maxim Dirix now in 7th. Nicolas Picot now up into 8th as Patrick Snolls Lochmelis drops down into 9th. Now through into turn number 8. Van Leeuwen had a lead of just under 2.5 tenths of a second after the opening couple of laps. 11.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap of racing. So Van Leeuwen looking to stride away into the distance and consolidate a comfortable and manageable lead. Lap 3 now completed. Fastest lap of the race is by the race leader. Now it's Nicolas Picot in 8th position, who's 1.7 seconds off of the race leader. Picot is within 2 tenths of the DD2 driver in front of him. That is Belgium's Maxime Dirix. Enzo Bol again starting to defend ahead of Jakob Bezel. Shurko waiting in the wings for his opportunity to get through on the Czech Republic driver as they go through the fast right-hand sweeper here at turn number 6. Behind Christophe Capitan, there's a couple of drivers trying to make some moves up the order. Capitan currently second in DD2 Masters. Dennis Thum rounds out the top 3. He's 17th at the moment, ahead of current points leader coming into this race weekend, Martinas Stankiewicz from the Lithuanian squad representing Birel ART. He's currently 18th. Bakaglini and Scheiblecker round out the top 20. And Patrick Knowles, Lochmelis, looks to have dropped all the way down to the back end of the field. He might have had a technical problem, and he's parked it. The lead now between Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands and his countryman Enzo Bol from SP Motorsport. Covered by just over 4 tenths of a second after the opening 4 laps. 9 minutes 55 still to go, plus an additional lap of racing. Lucas Bernal now up into the top 10. Carl Gustav Borgard 11th, Ed Matthews 12th, 13th Sebastian Schou. As there is a change, that is for, well, that is not a change, that is still one driver staying in 4th position. That is Maxime Shurko. He's got Axel Sarniala, Victor Frostbay, Maxime Dirix, Nicolas Picot. Keep your eyes on Peter Bezel and Lucas Bernal from Canada, who round out the top 10 across the line to complete the 5th lap of this race. As you can hear the pops and bangs from the Rotax Max Evo 125cc engines as they hurtle their way across the start-finish line and go into the sweeper at turn number 1. Dirix defends against Pico into turn 4. David Outlechner, who had a disastrous heat stay, rounds out the top 20 behind Dennis Thum, who at the moment is now 4th in DD2 Masters. Picot 8th, Capitan 15th, Stankiewicz 17th, Thum in 19th. Next up, it's Michael Becker in 23rd. That's the top 5 in DD2 Masters. Tomasz Birstins, having started from the dummy grid, now 21st. Or 27th, ahead of Tony Hogg. 8 minutes and 20 still to go. Van Leeuwen expands his lead by a fraction to just over half a second. Enzo Bol still holding on for 2nd place, but is just over 3 tenths ahead of the Czech Republic's Jakob Bezel. So with 7 minutes and 50 seconds on the timer remaining, the sun has retracted. There is cloud cover overhead. Temperature is starting to drop. As all, little bit of a change there. Axel Sarniala through turn 13. That was on Maxime Shurko for 4th place. The Finn has made it through, and here comes Victor Frostbay. Shurko looks up the inside through turn number 1, but Victor Frostbay has the real run of momentum. So does Maxime Dirix, the youngster from Lithuania now has 3 hard chargers, make that 5 hard chargers behind him. Shurko has got Victor Frostbay, Maxime Dirix, Nicolas Picot, who leads DD2 Masters. Along with that, Peter Bezel, Lucas Bernal, and who's just behind them? The 437 of Carl Gustav Borgard from Denmark. Halfway through the race, we still have 7 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Now Now things are going to get a little bit feisty as up the inside. That was on Pico. That was Peter Bezel. Peter Bezel now up into 8th overall. Did Lucas Pernod manage to get a sniff and get an opportunity? No, he didn't. Pernod had a very, very good race weekend at Val d'Argentat until finals day. And now he's looking up the inside. Textbook from the Canadian. Through on the Frenchman. And Lucas Pernod also wearing the KR Sports Sunday best. It's all white for the boys that normally wear purple. Just over 6 minutes remain, and the class of racing in this pre-final has been nothing if short of absolutely spectacular. 100% spot on. Overtakes being done at the right place at the right time with full 110% commitment from every single driver so far. 28 drivers still running. Tony Hogg rounding out the field. Patrick Snowles, Loch Menace, unfortunately we lost on lap number 3. 5.5 minutes still remain in this pre-final plus an additional lap. You can see that in the background, just by the quarry on the left-hand side of this, well, the far part of the circuit, just off of turn 1 and turn 2 and 3, there are some darker clouds starting to show. Picot now down into, well, he's got to be very, very careful as Nicolas Picot. The reason being is Martinez Tankevicius is on the move. Leonardo Baccaglini at the minute, who currently is running in 14th ahead of Tankevicius, has just put in the fastest lap. Tankevicius has also made his way up to 15th position. He's got past Christophe Capita. There's a three-way scrap for second place because Dennis Thum is 17th. And what's more, the gap that separates that trio at the moment is just under a second. Van Leeuwen now puts in the fastest lap of the race with 4.5 minutes to go. We've completed 10 laps, and he's just put in a 55.006 lap time as the 24-year-old from the Netherlands, based out of Zolder, and has extended his lead to just over 3/4 of a second ahead of Enzo Bol. Jakob Bezel starting to go quicker. Axel Sarniala was the second quickest in the top 4, as the 4:51 of Jules Cousin running with Dam's Racing Team, he has dropped all the way down to the back end of the field. Could that be another retirement that we have on the cards here with just under 4 minutes remaining? Van Leeuwen's extended his lead and he's just put in the first sub. Well, he's one of 2 drivers, along with Leonardo Baccaglini, that have both gone and put in a 54.9 second lap time. Van Leeuwen has got a faster lap time by 32 thousandths of a second. 54.913 plays 54.945. Baccaglini still currently running in 14th. Tankevicius now has got a gap of 1.5 seconds over Christophe Capita, but more importantly, he's got a further 1.5 tenths between himself, Capita, and Dennis Thum, who still runs in 17th. 18th is Nicolas Guillaume, aka Uno Mas. Ask his friends at Shippers Racing about that one, including Maxime Dedix, who runs P7. David Outlechner now up to 19th. Alexander Scheiblecker rounds out the top 20. Then we got Mats-Johan Overhoff, Michael Becker, Tomasz Birstins now up to 23rd. Ahead of Kamil Kubera, Igor Mukin, Lucas de Vera, and Tony Hogg. Jules Cousin on lap number 9 is a confirmed retirement. There is Ed Matthews in the 4.58. He's got Sebastian Schue and Leonardo Baccaglini chasing him down. The gap between those drivers was about 4 tenths. Coming over the stripe last time. There they are going through into turn 7. 2 minutes and 20 plus an additional lap. You can now see there is a lot of dark cloud cover edging towards turns 12, 13, well, 11, 12 and 13. So there is darkness starting to spread its way towards the circuit. Meanwhile, at the sharper end of the field, Van Leeuwen now has a lead of nearly 1.2 seconds. Got just under 2 minutes to go plus an additional lap. Bol still in second. Bezel in third. Sarniala, Shurko, Victor Frostbay. Still rounding out the top 6 positions. Baccaglini looks to have gotten past Sebastian Schul. That will be for 13th place. Nicolas Guillaume, in the meantime, has got past Christophe Capitan and is 2.5 seconds behind Martin Stankiewicz, who is still second in DD2 Masters. Pico rounds out the top 10 with 1:15 on the timer. Breeze has slightly picked up here at Mariembourg at Captain Defagne. So less than 60 seconds to go, plus one additional lap. Ed Matthews hanging on for 12th position. Baccaglini is trying to chase him down and was a 10.5 behind. Outlechner as all. That's getting a bit close, nearly sidewall to sidewall between Baccaglini and Matthews. Heading into turn number 5. And Carl Gustav Borgard is right with them still. Well, that's Sebastian Schul in the 409, right with them. Linus Stern through turn number 8. 25 seconds to go on the timer, plus an additional lap. We'll have 2 laps to go the minute that Martin van Leeuwen crosses the start-finish line. The time is fast, ticking away. When is van Leeuwen going to cross the line? It's now. 12 seconds to go. And we're on to lap number 16 out of 17. Timer now counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Timer has expired. Baccaglini trying to get through on Ed Matthews, and he's going to look for the move up the inside into turn 2. They bang wheels. Baccaglini is through, and look who is right behind them. It's Martinas Stankiewicz from Lithuania in the 5:33. So now the drivers make their way through turn 5 into turn 6. One more lap to go after this, and then we come to the end of this morning's action before we go into the lunch break. And then we head into finals time at 2 p.m. this afternoon. One more lap to go as Van Leeuwen crosses the start-finish line. What's the gap between him and Enzo Bol? It is nearly a 1.5 seconds. But still, this battle, Baccaglini is pulled away from Ed Matthews. He's got Sebastian Schul looking to the outside. Martin Stankiewicz will have plenty of experience to see how he can get past these two. Oh, and they both bang wheels and they rub sidewalls. Are they going to run wide? Matthews does. Schul gets through. Stankiewicz waiting just to have his opportunity. And Ed Matthews knew he was there and countered it very, very quickly on the run through into turn number 5. But there is your race leader, Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. He now knows he can put it on a little bit of cruise control for an early Sunday afternoon drive in the countryside, because winning in the pre-final, it's another victory for the Netherlands. Martin van Leeuwen in the 4:03. It's a Dutch 1-2 with Enzo Bol. Jakob Bezel takes third. Axel Sarniala fourth. Maxime Shurko, Victor Frostbay, Peter Bezel, Maxime Dirix, Lucas Pernaut ran out the top 9. Nicolas Picot takes another victory. 4 in a row for the Frenchman, rounding out the top 10. Carl Gustav Borgard in 11th, head of Leonardo Baccaglini, Sebastian Schul, Edward Matthews, Martin Stankiewicz, Nicolas Guillaume, Dennis Thum in 17th, Christophe Capitan in 18th, David Outlechner 19th, Alexander Scheiblecker, Mats Johan Overhoff, Michael Becker, Tomasz Birstins, Igor Mukin, Kamil Kubera, Lucas de Vera, Tony Hogg, rounding out the 27 that completed all 17 laps of racing. Lap 9, we lost Jules Cousin. Lap 2, we lost Patrick Knowles-Lockmellis with Manuel Tenchert and Philip Moitzi, a non-starter. So that concludes the morning's action here on finals day for the 3rd round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season here at Counting Defagne at Mariembourg. Well, 6 races are down, 4 to go. That's it from us here at the at the circuit. We will very shortly be paying tribute to the late Delano Ventoff on the start-finish straight very, very soon. And what's more, ladies and gentlemen, 4 finals still to go, starting from 2 o'clock this afternoon. You don't want to miss it. Thank you for watching. Don't forget those wanting to enter the Grand Festival and the Golden Trophy between the 27th and the 29th of October this year at Karting Genk, the home of champions. We have confirmed tickets for the Grand Finals for Micro and Mini. The rest of the classes, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters, will be in action at the Golden Trophy. We will see you after the lunch break. Thank you. So the green flag has gotten things underway. Albert Friend has gotten going as the traditional racing line has been well and truly swept under the bridge like water. And we've got a deluge of it. There is spray, rooster tails everywhere. So there is a drama. Rory Armstrong has come to an abrupt halt. And that would have been between turns 2 and 3 as the field makes its way, trying to make as much use as the differing racing lines. Vic van Kampenhout makes his way through on Felipe Perez, going through into turn number 10. Now through 11, into 12. Vic van Kampenhout finding grip on the outside line. As the drivers make their way through the penultimate corner at turn number 13. These conditions are going to be tricky for all the drivers over the next 9 3/4 minutes. But at the moment, Cole Denham leads the way. Second, Vic van Kampenhout, who started 6th, but now Felipe Perez up the inside. Look at the marbling on the outside of the circuit. Even if they go through it, they're still going to get pick up on their tyres. There's, oh no! Off the circuit, there was Vic van Kampenhout who's lost it. And there is also the 102. That is Mariembourg from the UAE. And that was coming through turn number 1. The conditions have been absolutely treacherous. So at the moment, it is Cole Denham. Second is Felipe Perez, but Denny Babacek looks to the inside through turn number 7. So does Lars Lambers. It's not been an easy one for the drivers at this moment. It is effectively like virtually an ice rink out there. So at the moment, Cole Denham leads the way. Vic van Kampenhout was in second. He went off the track at turn 2. Felipe Perez in second, but he's got Denny Babacek right on his back bumper, looking up the inside through turn 13. The Czech Republic driver can't get through, and Felipe Perez, for the moment, remains in second position. Cole Denham did have nearly a second lead. That lead now expands to nearly 1.3. Christian Sayerson and Maxim Bobrishov going side by side out of turn number 1. The 131 from George Gibbons Motorsport up the inside, gets through on the Dane. That is now, well, he's just drifted wide and Sayerson back through. Lambers looking up the inside of the 131. He's going to get through. He's going to get 2 for the price of 1. Is Lars Lambers through? Yes, he is. Lambers is through. Uses the curbing nicely. Bobrishov goes out wide through turn 5. And whilst this has all been happening, Vic van Kampenhout might be out of the race. Mariembourg out of the race. Rory Armstrong out. Miko Schwierz out. Albert Friend rounding out the 20 that are still circulating. Jacob Ashcroft, who started down on the penultimate row along with Oliver Warner. Ashcroft now is 7th. Oliver Warner now 13th. Still a lot of this race left to go. I've just spotted Jacob Ashcroft. As Lars Lambers going to go side by side with Felipe Perez. Can't get through, going over the crest. And now Ashcroft up into 6th past Maxim Bobrishov. Squabble for second was nearly 3 wide coming out of turn 1. Up the inside goes Lars Lambers on Felipe Perez, gets through. Babacek wide out of turn 3, nearly sideways was the Czech driver. And Christian Sayerson has got Jacob Ashcroft to the inside of the 122 from Western Supermare is through. Babacek wide through turn 5. Lambers gets through. And Cole Denham is 1.8 seconds up the road. That could be north of 2 seconds. This is going to be interesting because Jacob Ashcroft, if he gets through as Lars Lambers drifts wide through the exit of turn 8, Babacek back through into second position with just over 6 minutes on the clock. Felipe Perez gets overtaken through turn 10 by Jacob Ashcroft, who now gets through into second, past Denny Babacek, past Lars Lambers, and that is 19 positions. Gained by Jacob Ashcroft. Up into P2 goes the 122 from Western Supermare. Now he's got clean air. Now he can go after Cole Denham. Lars Lambers looks up the inside through turn 1 on Denny Babacek, who gets the switchback. Babacek has the inside line running into turn 2, but Lars Lambers says, no, you don't. Ashcroft runs wide through turn 2, but gets a nice carry of momentum into turn number 3, through into turn number 4, and he stays ahead for the meantime. Cole Denham's lead is now nearly 2.1 seconds and climbing. So what Ashcroft and Lambers have to do is to try and start catching Cole Denham. With 5 minutes still left on the timer, plus an additional lap, it is going to be very, very crucial what happens now. Ashcroft has now pulled away to the chin of about 2 to 3 kart lengths ahead of Lars Lambers, who takes a very different line through turn 10, the traditional racing line, as Ashcroft is using the outside of corners to really help to rotate the kart through the corner. But through turn 12, he uses the curbing. Lambers looks up the inside of Ashcroft, but Ashcroft had the momentum carry around the outside through turn 13. Lap number 5 completed. Cole Denham's lead now is 1.5 seconds. And Lambers now gets his way through on Jacob Ashcroft for second position. But you can bet your bottom dollar that Jacob Ashcroft will not take that one lying down. He's through on the inside. He has a slight sidewall glance with Lars Lambers, but it wasn't too significant, so he gets through for second. So at the moment, with 3 minutes and 39 seconds still to go, Cole Denham leads the way. Jacob Ashcroft in second. Lars Lambers, Christian Sejersen, Denny Babacek, Felipe Reyes, Maxim Bobrishov, Isaac Barker, Jakub Kubera. Jack Freeman completes the top 10 ahead of Nikita Lubimov. Albert Friend, who started from the inside of the tyre barriers just off of the start-finish straight. Tom Reed, Lucas Dodder, Konstantinos Kandelidis, Kieran Stewart, Bran van der Weyken, Amelie Davey, Oliver Warner and Lieke van Berkel round out the 20 strong that are still running. Miko Schweers didn't get started off of the line. Rory Armstrong out on the opening lap and Mariembourg out a lap later. Vic van Kampenhout went out spinning backwards into turn number 2 on the second lap of the race. So with 2 minutes and 20 still to go, the lead between first and second position at this moment stands at just over 1 second, but that is coming down significantly. Jacob Ashcroft and Lars Lambers, they might be battling, but they are in fact closing in on the driver in front. Cole Denham now has to watch what happens. Well, it's a bit close for the left rear of the 162, nearly touching the grass on the outskirts of turn number 13. So the gap was 1 second. It is now 4.37 tenths. Lars Lambers in third. Christian Sejersen, Denny Babacek, Felipe Reyes, Maxim Bobrishov round out the top 7. Jakub Kubera, there's Lieke van Berkel. She's stationary and stuck in the grass. Unfortunately, no longer taking any further participation in the final. Real shame for the young Dutch lady. She did a fantastic job, and there's the move. Is it going to be a change for the lead? It nearly was. So Ashcroft had to back out because there would have been yellow flags out there. Now through turn 7, Ashcroft on the tighter traditional racing line. Gets through to take the race lead with just 65 seconds to go. Cole Denham bumps over the curbs through into turn number 8. And has to slot in behind the 122. Now through into turn number 10. They can start overtaking when the next marshal post waves green. And now Ashcroft will have 2 laps to go. Cole Denham sweeps wide. That opens the door for Lars Lambers, who uses the inside curbing. However, he doesn't manage to get through. So 2 laps to go. Jacob Ashcroft leads. Cole Denham second. Lars Lambers third. Fourth. What a showing from Christian Sejersen from Denmark. Qualified P8. He's now P4. Denny Babacek in 5th position. Philippe Perez. Maxim Bobrishov. Jakub Kubera, Jack Freeman, and Nikita Lubimov. Lubimov started all the way down in 16th. Now rounds out the top 10. Timer now expires as the leaders make their way out of turn 5. And into turn 6. And Ashcroft and Denham are nose to tail heading into turn 7. Both take the traditional racing line, as does third place driver Lars Lambers. Timer has now expired. We'll have 1 more lap to go after this. It's been an absolutely topsy-turvy weekend in the Micromax class. And we have got 2 tickets to give away for the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy after this weekend, which will take place at the Le Mans Karting International Circuit in coming towards the end of the month. 3 weeks' time, folks. 3 weeks' time until the International Trophy. But we have 1 final lap to go in Minimax. Ashcroft looks over his right shoulder. Has Cole Denham behind him by about close to half a second. Lambers in third. Denham closes up on Ashcroft going through into turn 1. Sweeps wide through 2 and into 3. Hits the curbs. The back end steps out to the left-hand side. But he doesn't really lose too much momentum, does the youngster. And now Ashcroft sees that there is daylight at the end of the tunnel. Having started, now this reminds me, Barry Ashcroft, remember the Bambino Kart Club Winter Cup at Wilton Mill one particular year? Had a chain fail in the pre-final, started from the back of the grid. It's a repeat of this one, only it's in wet weather conditions, not the night time. Because through into turn 10 for the final time. Now 3 more corners to go, including this one coming up. Jacob Ashcroft from 21st on the grid. He was the standout performer at Karting Genk. He's had a difficult pre-final earlier on today, but he's going to cap off the weekend as he should do. As Ashcroft powers across the line and he celebrates, he wins the final. It's a Dan Holland Racing 1-2 courtesy of Cole Denham. Both drivers absolutely jubilant after that display. Lars Lambers rounds out the top 3 in the final. Head of Christian Sejersen, Denny Babacek rounds out the top 5. Maxim Bobrishov, Jack Freeman, Jakub Kubera, Isaac Barker. They complete the top 10. Nikita Lubimov rounds out the top 11 ahead of Albert Friend, Tom Reed, Oliver Warner, Kieran Stewart, Bran van der Weken. Oliver Warner, Bran van der Weken, Kieran Stewart, they round out the top 16. Konstantinos Kandilidis, Lucas Stoddard, and Guernsey's Amelie Davey rounds out the 19 that finished. Unfortunately, we had retirements from Lieke van Berkel on lap 6, Vic van Kampenhout and Emilienbull on lap 2, and Rory Armstrong didn't make it past turn 2 on lap 1. Nico Schwiers didn't make it to the start at all. Just to say there that Cole Denham picked up second, but the 2 drivers that round out the top 3 in that race, Jacob Ashcroft from 21st to the victory, but most notably, he did not make up the most positions. Lars Lambers from the penultimate row, well, from the last row on the grid on 23rd. Well, he picked up 20 places as well, so they both did a fantastic job of measuring the wet weather conditions here at Karting des Fagnes. And now, very, very shortly, we will have the traditional parade of the drivers for Junior Rotax heading on to the circuit. Looking back at the pre-final results from earlier on today, Alberto Kiko Fracassi won the pre-final after 13 laps by just 14 thousandths of a second. That is the closest winning margin I think I've seen ever since I started commentating on the Euro Trophy back at Karting Genk in April 2018. It is the closest finish I think I've ever seen. Kenzo Craigie rounded out the top three, followed by Casper Schormans, who sort of, I think, was a little bit up against it in the previous race, but he did lead for quite a time, let's be honest. Lucas Sell, the leading French driver, in fifth, ahead of Armand Hamilton, Max Cuthbert, Timo Jungling, Krit Knoren, and Julian Kovacevic round out the top 10. Max Sadursky was 11th. Matej Radenkovic hit with a 5-second time penalty post-race for pushing. Then Hamza Al-Fayez, 13th. So the Jordanian looking to possibly go a little bit higher up the order this time around. Could we see at least a top 10 finish from the 299 running with Brand Racing? Danny Brand, I hope this reminds you of when you used to live in the Netherlands, my friend. He's more acclimatized to the heat in the GCC at the minute. Archie Clark in 14th, ahead of the USA's Charlie Smith, who's been on a bit of a recovery drive all the way over the weekend. The young man from California in 15th. Thomas Behrman, younger brother of Oliver Behrman, racing at Silverstone in the FIA Formula 2 Championship with Prima Power Team, part of the Young Driver Academy. And still great to see that Thomas runs in the same colours as his brother once did a few years ago before going into single-seaters. Matthias Jellerup, Tom Streller, Ollie Wise, and Slovakia's Laura Bubenova round out the top 20. Laura, one of, I think, if I remember correctly, at least two of the drivers in this grid out of 41 that are actually competing in the FIA Academy Trophy this year. Also competing in the Academy Trophy, along with them, a driver now running and representing Switzerland in the same category, a former junior racer in the Euro Trophy. Have to give a shout out to Switzerland's Carol Stout, who I'm sure might be watching. If you are Carol, hope you're well, and hope the family are well too. Thomas Ingram Hill, 21st. Olivier Jonkers, 22nd, ahead of Noah Janssen. Josh Graham started 20th in the pre-final after getting through to the top 30, despite having difficulties with a chain in the qualifying on Friday afternoon. Casper Nissen, Mariembourg, Guinot, Sebastian Koch, Mathieu Saumetre, Antoine Grisal, Cameron Nelson and Theo Palmer, unfortunately with one lap to go, ended up abruptly ending each other's race at turn number 11. Dave Stevens out on lap 5. August Raber out after having a head-on collision with Boaz Maximov. Both were all okay after that one. Zayn El Homosani got caught up in the crossfire. The back axle was bent as a direct result, and he was going nowhere. Oscar Gouchot, unfortunately, having a technical problem, and after 1.6 seconds after the lights went out, the French driver's chances were done and dusted. Apart from, well, we had quite a few penalties. I did mention about Matej Radenkovic getting a 5-second time penalty for pushing. Thomas Ingram Hill got one for pushing. Archie Clark got a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. Boaz Maximov, a 5-second time penalty for leaving the corridor with all four wheels and other tram lines. Then we had the 298. Josh Graham got a 5-second time penalty. So would have finished around about 20th. Front fairing penalty for the Argenti Motorsport driver. And then the 249, Theo Palmer, got hit with a 10-second post-race penalty through a steward's decision, referenced the incident with just over one lap to go. So great to see that the chat is well alive in YouTube at the moment. And a little bit of a milestone's about to hit. On the official YouTube channel for the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, we currently have nearly 380 viewers, and what's more, we are 28 away from hitting 1,000 subscribers. A big thank you to everyone that is watching, either at the track, either at home, on whether it's your smartphone, tablet, personal computer, or your laptop. Thank you very much for everyone tuning in over the course of the weekend. All the races will be uploaded, and you will be able to watch every single one of them rather than having to scroll through the live stream, absolutely free here on YouTube. Please don't forget, our final round of the season will head to the home of British karting between the 8th and the 10th of September to Paul Fletcher International in Grantham in Lincolnshire. It's a fantastic facility. It's the best that the UK has to offer. It is one of 2 tracks known globally from my recollection, along with the Power Park circuit in Alaharma in Finland, that has a section of bridge that makes up part of it. It's 382 meters. It is a track notoriously difficult to effectively lead at. So there is going to be plenty of strategic cat and mouse games. We'll also welcome back E20 for the final round of the championship for junior, senior and senior masters. And the Euro Trophy's road to Bahrain will conclude on the 10th of September when we crown our 2023 champions and give away multiple grand finals tickets for this year's grand finals, taking place once again in the Persian Gulf at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit between December 2nd and December 9th this year. It's just a couple of weeks before Christmas. So here we go with our starting grid for the Junior Rotax final. Max Cuthbert struggling to get off of the line. However, he has got back going again. Let's take you through the starting grid. On pole position, it's Italy's Alberto Chico Fracassi. He'll be joined on the front row by Boluet with Kenzo Craigie, Casper Schormans, Lucas L, Armand Hamilton, Max Cuthbert, Timo Jungling, Krit Knoren and Julian Kovacevic, who rounds out the top 10. Max Sidursky in 11th, head of Mateo Denkovic. Hamza Al-Fayez and Archie Clark round out row 7. Charlie Smith from the USA, from Newport Beach, California, lines up on the inside of row 8 alongside Thomas Behrman. Matthias Jellerup, Tom Streller, Ollie Wise, Laura Bubanova, Thomas Ingram Hill, Olivia Yonkers, Noah Janssen, and Joshua Graham complete the top 12 rows. Casper Nissen not showing, but I'm not too sure if he might be in the dummy grid, as he might not have gotten started, unless he is. He is behind the tie walls. I don't think he's going to get going, though. Ryan Bourguignon, 26, Sebastian Koch, Mathieu Saumetre, Antoine Grissel. Then we have got Cameron Nelson, Theo Palmer, Tay Stevens, August Raber, Zen El Homosani, Boris Maximov, and Oscar Gouchot rounding out the 36-strong grid. So we get set, we get ready for 11 minutes plus an additional lap of racing here at Karting des Fagnes in Mariembourg. So, cheers coming in for Julien Kovacevic, Hamza Al-Fayez. The field is primed and ready. As Casper Nissen gets ready to wait until the field gets through into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? We look to be. Are we lights out and racing? Yes, we are. And a good start at the front end of the field. 3 wide going through into turn number 1 as they head down into turns 2 and 3 for the first time of asking. Leading the way, it is Casper Schaumann. Second, it's Kenzo Craigie. Oh, bit of a tail-happy back end for Bollouet, but as he got past Alberto Kiko Fracassi, he's got round the outside through turn 5. He's on the dirt, he's on the grass. He's trying to get through on Kenzo Craigie. But did he get through is the big question. Yes, he did. Fracassi down into 4th. That's maybe even make that 5th. The traction is an absolute premium here at Karting des Fagnes. And this just goes to show that you add in the spiciness of a wet race, and then there is chaos and a bit of pandemonium thrown in for good measure. Cheers coming in from OH Management for Armand Hamilton as the drivers now make their way through the penultimate corner and now up the slight incline. Casper Schaumann says the lead. It's 1.36 seconds. And that is after the opening lap. Casper Schaumann has done a Sebastian Vettel like he did in his Red Bull days. Out of the DRS window, even though karts don't have DRS. Drivers now making their way through turn 4 very, very slowly but surely. It's like treading on eggshells. It's like a proverbial ice rink. Armand Hamilton now past Bollouet for second position. Josh Graham already up to 16th and climbing. Joshua Graham started 24th. That's 8 positions. He's right behind Thomas Behrman. One of the drivers looks to be falling a bit down the order. It was an Argenti Motorsport car I just spotted. But Max Cuthbert really doing a great job. But he's just lost it. Coming through out of turn number 11. And the rain has started coming down again. The rain is coming back on the circuit. And the deluge of spray will directly in correlation increase. Schaumann's lead now is just under 2.1 seconds after just 2 laps. Kenzo Craigie all the way down in 10th position. Joshua Graham is 12th. Now, folks, this guy had chain-related problems in qualifying. He battled to get through, not have to worry about the second chance heat. And now in the wet, he's absolutely thriving. Bit of a wobble there behind Timo Jungling. That's Krit Knorden. And that's the battle for P5. Archie Clark battling away with Max Cuthbert. Ollie Wise 9th. Kenzo Craigie 10th. Max Sadurski 11th. Josh Graham 12th. Matthias Jellerup, I don't think is behind him anymore because it looks like the 259 of Thomas Behrman is now in front. And that rain is coming down a little bit more forceful than it was earlier on. The rain is now here. Nearly a little bit of a moment there for Thomas Behrman, I believe. That might have been Ollie Wise. So that would have been Ollie Wise. The spray is sometimes making it difficult to make out the numbers. As Hamza Al-Fayez is battling. Looks to be with more than likely Tate Stevens. So we have just under 7 minutes remaining. Oh, bit of a tail-happy cart again. And this time, Archie Clark right up the inside through turn 4 on Krit Knorden, who gets back through on the inside of the run out of turn 4 and into turn 5. However, Armand Hamilton is the fastest driver out there. 1 minute, 14.060. The race lead that Shawmans did have was just over 2 seconds. Armand Hamilton just took nearly 4/10 out of him. Drivers trying to get through. There's a little bit of a touch, and we've got a spinner. That is the 2.54 around and around. And that is Charlie Smith from the USA. Got a little bit of a touch from behind. Might have been, I'm not too sure whether it may have been from Thomas Ingram Hill or Alberto Kiko Fracassi. They were all very, very close together. Armand Hamilton is now a second behind. The weather has got to that point where the track is completely saturated. There is no millimetre of tarmac that is completely bone stock dry. And a little bit of a tussle between Josh Graham and Thomas Behrman coming out of turn number 4. They are now fringes away from the top 10. And who's in 10th? The 2.56 of KR Sports Ollie Wise. Timo Jungling in the meantime has got through for 4th on Lucas Selle from France. Now, this is where it gets interesting because look at, well, hang on a second. I've just seen Casper Shawmans and Armand Hamilton go through shot. That lead is no longer a second. That's more like 4/10. Armand Hamilton is absolutely ripping up the tarmac, trying to chase down Casper Shawmans for the race lead. As Behrman gets through on Graham, going through into turn number 12. There's Jungling going through. Hamilton now less than 6.5 tenths behind Casper Shawmans. In the battle for the race lead. Is that Hasnain Khan I spot in the chat? Let's go Max Cuthbert and Josh Graham. Well, Hasnain at the moment. Max is currently 8th. Josh is currently 12th. So there are still 4 minutes and 12 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap here at Karting des Fagnes. Now, an RV245 saying Armand is going to win the thing. There is a very, very big chance that could happen because look at the gap now between first and second position. Armand Hamilton now knows he has the opportunity to go for broke. He has time on his side. Shawmans now just has to keep it pinned. And just keep calm. Don't crack under the pressure. Also the fact that Casper Shawmans is doing an absolutely sterling job at the front end of the field. You have to give credit where credit is due, but if the back end's going to step out on tight corners like that that right-hander at turn 3, Armand Hamilton will be very, very quickly past him. Mark Edmonds saying, Josh Graham, come on, get your head down. Matej Radenkovic and Thomas Ingram Hill, along with Max Sidursky, now round out the top 15. Now the 207, Mathis Lemaitre has got a 5-second time penalty as of 7 minutes ago for all 4 wheels out of the tram lines. So within the first couple of minutes, race control have said, right, that's not exactly what you're allowed to do. You get a slap on the wrist penalty. So 2 wheels out of the tram lines, it's 3 seconds. All 4 wheels, it's 5 seconds. You go to the grand finals, however, all 4 wheels out of the tram lines is a 10-second time penalty. So we still have 35 runners. Charlie Smith has got back going again, I believe. So the youngster from Corona Del Mar in Newport Beach, California, has had his share of trials and tribulations. Archie Clark, in the meantime, now past Luca Sell, and that, more importantly, is for 5th position. Coming up to just over a minute and a half still remaining. The spray is absolutely biblical here at Karting des Fagnes. Look what has just happened. Ollie Wise is now behind Thomas Behrman and Josh Graham. These 3 now round out the top 12. Behind them there is the 296 of Matej Radenkovic, who here a couple of years ago in the BNL Karting Series was absolutely mighty in the wet, but it's been a very different story here. Less than 60 seconds to go. We've got 2 more laps remaining. Casper Schaumann still leading the way after 8 laps. We're on lap number 9. But with 32 seconds to go, Casper Schaumann has enough of a lead. Armand Hamilton was closing, but unfortunately, the 2-1-2 in the latter stages, the last few couple of minutes, has started losing time, even though Armand Hamilton has got the fastest lap of the race in his pocket. So timer has now expired. Last lap board of the weekend for Junior Rotax, and Casper Schaumann sees it first. Next up, it's Armand Hamilton. As a little bit further back, there is some toing and froing between the 230 of Boris Maximov and the 222 of Casper Nissen. The front bumper of Boris Maximov's kart is absolutely stoved in. Big dent right in the center. Archie Clark still in 5th position, but there is your race leader. 3 wins yesterday, started in the pre-final a little bit further down than he would have wanted on the outside of row number 2. But Casper Schaumann has shown that he wants to win this title this season. It is going to go down to the wire at Paul Fletcher International on the 8th to the 10th of September. Radenkovic has had to do a bit of damage limitation this weekend because Casper Schaumann powers over the crest through the chicane for the final time, and the 240 from JJ Racing wins the final. Ahead of Armand Hamilton by just under 1.3 seconds. Bollouet rounds out the top 3. Timo Jungling 4th, Archie Clark 5th. Lucas Sells, Crick Noren Pippin Kenzo, Craigie by 31 thousandths of a second for 7th. Max Cuthbert. Thomas Behrman 10th. Joshua Graham from 24th on the grid to finish 11th. Great job by Ollie Wise, 19th to 12th. Mateo Dankovic started 12th, finished in 13th place. Thomas Ingram Hill and Alberto Kiko Fracassi ran at the top 15. Matthias Yaderup, Tay Stevens, Yulia Kovacevic, Max Swiderski, Kasper Nissen, Boris Maximov, Noah Janssen, Oscar Guccio, Tom Sturler, Ryan Bourguinot, Hamza Al-Fayez, Olivier Yonkers, Sebastian Koch, Zain El Homosani, Laura Bubinova. They round out the top 30 with Antoine Crisel, Theo Palmer, August Raver, Matthew Sometre and Charlie Smith from the United States, all completing the full 10 laps, with Cameron Nelson unfortunately out just less than 1.8 seconds after we went lights out earlier on today. We now get underway with our penultimate final here in Karting d'Espagne. It is the senior Rotax final, a capacity 36 strong grid. Here's your starting order. After a clean sweep over the past 4 heats so far, Gilles looks to do the clean sweep of all his races this weekend, as he starts from pole position. Devian Horst could be one to factor in. Here on this race, he starts on the outside row. It's an all-British row 2 with Sean Butcher and Mark Kimber occupying both 3rd and 4th position. It's an all-German row 3 with Austin Lee and Farin Mega. Belgium and France on row 4 with Vic Stevens and Jules Roussel. Kai Hunter and the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, will be on row number 5, completing the top 10. Finland's Miska Kaskinen will be joined on row 6 by Ethan Jeff Hall from the UK. Tommy van der Sloys, Monty Gomassen, Elia Papasina, Paul Folkwemin, Jaden Thien, Mitch Haynert, Matty Sturlo, William Christensen. They round out the top 20. Lauren Ligor, Patrick Donica, Matty Higgins, Nolan Amaray, Dion Van Verven, Paul Crisel, Magic Hamera, James Swindells, Lachlan Robinson, and Sebastian Bach round out the top 30. Completing the 36 strong grid, it's Maxence Bouvier, Robbie Studder, Kamal Mrad, Matteo Pianetola, Zsombor Kovac not taking part due to injuring his ribs. And Archie Walker will be starting. Looks like Lauren Legault might not also be participating in this race, so we could be down to 34 drivers. Archie Walker being the first retiree in the pre-final earlier on today. So Devian Horst will have to line up alongside Kai Gilles at the front of the field. So a first full start has been called because not everyone was into formation at the right time. So now it's this opportunity for these drivers to gather themselves, still themselves, get themselves ready for racing. It's the penultimate race. We've had 18 yesterday. We have 10 today. A total of 28 races over the course of the weekend. 145 drivers from 22 different nations have ventured here. And the top 36 drivers out of 49 seniors. So 13 drivers were unable to make it to the top 36 stages of this weekend. However, the completely saturated surface of the tarmac is going to prove to be tricky. So you are going to expect the likes of Rilletts, Horst, Butcher, Kimber, Lee, Mega, and quite a few of the field will have experience in these wet weather conditions. Some might not, and that could be to their disadvantage. Drivers now being told to slow as we get into formation for the second time of asking. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry for the penultimate time this race weekend. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort watching home saying big P1 for the lads. I know exactly who he's talking about, but we're going to find out in the next 15 minutes who is going to win the Senior Rotax Final. Into the tram lines. Are we ready? Revs rise. Are we steady? We are lights out and underway. Good start by Gilles. Good start by Butcher. Devian Horst has lost at least 3 to 4 places as the spray is absolutely terrible. Going through into turn 2 for the opening time. Drivers wrestling with the steering wheel. Butcher sideways on the exit at turn number 3. They still are trying to make it through. It's not been an easy one. As the 931 goes off the circuit, I believe that that was the 901. 931, Patrick Donica. Oh, Elia Papaseta just went back axle up into the air, coming out of turn number 5. One driver's pulling over to the right and has said well, I think might have just decided that was enough for me. Lauren Legault has actually taken part in this race. We've got yellow flags waving. And Hillets is still leading. Green flags going into turn number 10. Butcher is second at the moment. Oh, it's three abreast. Some are trying to go rally crossing. Gilbert was nearly one of them. One of the DHR carts might have been either Miska Kaskinen or Kai Hunter. Going wide out of turn number 12. Sean Butcher going a little bit wide into turn 1. Nearly had Mark Kimber through the opening part of turn 1 up the inside of him. But Butcher is hanging on. Meanwhile, at the back, a little bit further back, Ethan Jeff Hall. I think it's, well, it is Ethan Jeff Hall. He's trying to get one up on Vic Stevens. Stevens to the outside, Jeff Hall to the inside, through turn 5, and Jeff Hall gets through for 5th. Miska Kaskinen has been on a little bit of a fly at the moment. He's 8th at the minute. Oh, that was threading the eye of the needle through turn 7, of all people, by Mark Kimber. And he's managed to get through on Sean Butcher. Butcher ran wide through the halfway point of turn 7. And Kimber saw the gap between him and Austin Lee and went for it. And it paid off. Oh, no, it didn't. Well, no, that's Kai Rilletz. Has Rilletz had a bit of a stumble? Butcher's now looking to the inside of him. Rilletz defends. And Kimber's got the run. And Kimber's now going to go toe-to-toe with Rilletz for the race lead coming over the hill. And it's nearly 3 wide across the start-finish line. Rilletz, is he going to keep the lead? No, he's not. He's 3rd. Now he sweeps to the inside. Switchback of absolute epic proportions. 2 wheels on the grass. Austin Lee goes through, takes the race lead. Rilletz drifts wide. Ethan Jeff Hall there in P5. Oh, my goodness. Maxence Bouvier was the one that pulled off to the right-hand side. Patrick Donica looks to be out of the race itself. Well, would you believe that? The most epic of switchbacks I've ever seen. Now, Kai Rilletz has got to be very, very careful. There is a little bit of risk versus reward in this particular situation. However, he wants to protect his clean sweep from this weekend. More importantly, it is on home soil. Right, change for second. So Butcher has dropped to 3rd place. And everyone else seems to be closing up on each other. There's Kai Hunter I've just seen going through turn 13. Oh, and someone's had a little bit of an off-track excursion. That is the 308 that has gone off the circuit. Jules Roussel, who started 8th. And in the meantime, there is a little bit of a scrap going up. Now, Austin Lee is leading by 1.3 seconds. Mark Kimmer in 2nd, Sean Butcher 3rd. 4th is Ethan Jeff Hall. Kai Rilletz, who's had a clean sweep up until this point, rounds out the top 5. But also it depends for Rilletz on what happens with the top 4 in front. If they start battling and the spray gets really, really bad, I've known Rilletz before to be really, really good in the wet. But he's just got to be very, very careful. So the drivers in front of him, they're bumping over the curbs through turn 11 to rotate everything. So 33 runners and riders still circulating. And Austin Lee has just lost. Oh, he's just lost a second of his race lead. Kimber's getting very, very close to him. Top 5 rounded out by Kai Rilletz with Mark Kimber in 2nd. Ethan Jeff Hall in 3rd. Sean Butcher in 4th. Rilletz in 5th. They're covered by 2.1 seconds after 4 laps. 8 minutes and 37 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. A little bit of toing and throwing a little bit further back. I think that might be Farin Mega, who is battling away with Probably the likes of Robbie Stodder and Mitch Haynett. So 6 minutes down, 8 to go. Last time around, the top 5 were covered by 2.1 seconds. Oh, what's happened to Sean Butcher all of a sudden? Right, so that's a little bit of a drama for the defending champion. Now, where is he? He's 4th now. Hillis has dropped to 6 behind Kai Hunter. Lewis Gilbert now in 7th, not too far behind them. They've just got to be very, very careful. Lap times are on a 1 minute 30, anywhere between a low 1 minute 13 to a 1 minute 15. Oh, Lewis Gilbert and Kai Rillet's getting a bit too close for comfort. Rubbing sidewalls through and a turn number 4. And oh, they've both gone off the circuit. Oh my goodness me, Kai Rillet's and Lewis Gilbert both going off the circuit at turn number 5. Kai Hunter now closing in on Sean Butcher. Mark Kimber now leading the way, nearly 9/10 up the road. But at the minute, it is a strawberry 1-2-3 lockout. Ethan Jeff Hall now up into P2. Austin Lee in 3rd. Kai Hunter and Sean Butcher squabbling over 4th with the 395 from Sunderland in front at the minute. Now Mark Kimber's lead is 1.35 seconds. Kai Hillitz at the moment has recovered to finish in, well, being 7th. He's got Matthew Higgins up the inside of him. Now Lewis Gilbert is there as well. They've just had a slight tangle coming out of turn 4 and into turn 5. Lewis Gilbert again looking towards the inside. Tries to get the run on Reelers, heading into turn number 5 on this particular occasion, but the 374 from Belgium. Oh, he's gone straight on! What on earth has just happened there? Has it happened again? Has Kai Reelers had a massive brake issue? That is the only thing that I can see that might have happened. So for some strange reason, Reelers and Gilbert went straight on again. Now, I'm not too sure what happened here. I'm looking back at what's been going on, and there was no possibility of Kai Hillitz to slow down. So I'm not too sure if he was assisted, but at this particular moment, that just goes to show again the weather conditions has caught everybody out. Rilletz is still apparently Rilletz is still running in 7th. Tommy van der Sooy is now up into 6th. Lewis Gilbert down into 10th position. Now, Kai Rilletz might not have had any alternative. I did not see, from what I saw on the camera angles, I could not see any contact between Kai Rilletz and Lewis Gilbert. So I could only see what you people see at home. Sebastian Bach has dropped all the way down to 32nd position. We still have 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the timer remaining. Mark Kimber leading the way. Ethan Jeff Hall 2nd. Kai Hunter 3rd. Austin Lee in 4th. Sean Butcher, Tommy van der Sooy, Kai Rilletz, Matthew Higgins, Vic Stevens and Lewis Gilbert rounding out the top 10. Rilletz in the meantime has put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 12.543. But there is a bit of a gap. Now, I'm wondering, Kai Rilletz is dropping down the order as we've got more dramas. That was Jaden Thien versus Vic Stevens for 9th position. I think that could be the case that Kai Rilletz is no longer participating in this race. The clean sweep has been unfortunately broken. Sebastian Bach is going to be out of the race And it looks to be the same for Kai Hillertz. Lewis Gilbert has got a 5-second time penalty for going out of the tram lines with all 4 wheels. So has Jules Roussel. 3.97. Ethan Jeff Hall, 3-second time penalty, leaving the corridor with 2 wheels out of the tram lines. 3.78. William Christensen, along with the 9.05 of Nolan Lemeray. They were all found to be 2 wheels out of the tram lines. And I think that's a real shame for Kai Hillertz. He is out, and the clean sweep has been broken. Elia Papacena, in the meantime, trying to get through and gets past on the inside of William Christensen, going onto the start-finish straight. 2.5 minutes still to go. Yep, that's it. Rilitz's race is over. As through, there's Lachlan Robinson. He's now up into 15th. He's got through on Miska Kaskinen, make that 14th. Can Robinson, well, Robinson's got an opportunity for a top 10. Now, for those that wonder, well, Lachlan Robinson's formative years in karting were in the UAE. I have to give a shout out to Guy Sheffield and the team at the team over in the UAE at Al Ain Raceway. Lachlan Robinson's first real test under wet weather conditions was the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Portimao. And now he's taken to it like a duck to water. He's really giving good chase of one of the French drivers. That's Nolan Lemeray in the 9.05. Oh, spinner there, and we've had another one off. That is the 3.56. That is Matteo Pianizzola. That's a bit cheeky there. Could have spun the cart the other way, Matteo, I think. So, retirements, lap 7, Kai Rillertz, lap 6, Sebastian Bach. Lap 1, Patrick Donica and Maxence Bouvier didn't even make it past 3 seconds on the opening lap. And, well, Kai Rillertz gets a 5-second time penalty for pushing, as decided by race control. Coming up to the final minutes of this senior Rotax final. Kimber leads. Ethan Jeff Hall at the moment. He has to pull another second out of the bag to keep his second position at the moment. Let's not forget, he's got a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines as well. Oh, dearie me, they're pirouetting now. That is the 3.78, William Christensen, around at turn 7. Pointing towards the curb, not going over the curb, I'm afraid. I think just launched in a bit too late under the brakes. And locked the back axle, spun him around like a good one. And there he was, pointing at the curb. Nassau panel first. Jules Roussel has also pulled it into the pits as the time now comes down to 0 and it expires. So lap 12 out of 13, Mark Kimber has a lead of 1 3/4 seconds at this moment. Yes, Roger, I wonder how many times you've probably said, I'll drink a shot if I... Roger Young saying, I knew the rain would favour the UK lads. Well, you've got to consider the Belgians as well. Let's not forget, karting gang, when it rains there, it pours. But good to hear from you, buddy. Right, Lachlan Robinson now has made his way from, where did he start? Lachlan Robinson, 29th, 16 places gained. It could be 17 by the checkered, as the timer has officially expired. And, oh, we got another one off. Another one bites the dust, I'm afraid. So we'll find out who that is momentarily. As the 9.04, that is Paul Forquemin through on Miska Kaskinen. And there is your race leader, Mark Kimber, 3 times a Grand Finals champion as a junior, senior and DD2 driver. He came into the championship, into this round of the season, leading the way by a mere fraction. His closest competitor is in 4th. That's Sean Butcher as the final lap is underway. And Kimber has kept his head cool, whilst others have lost theirs a little bit on the way. So just a handful of corners remain. And what's more, it's going to be a British top four, but it's going to be more importantly, if it stays like it is now, it won't be a Strawberry 1-2. It'll be a Strawberry 1-2 on the road. But Mark Kimber powers up the hill for the final time. And the 3:02 from Solihull takes the final. And he celebrates. Winning by a comfortable margin, 2.3 seconds. Ethan Jeff Hall, second on the road. But it's going to be second for Kai Hunter provisionally at this stage. Sean Butcher might be on the third step of the rostrum. It's going to be close. I'm just calculating it at the moment. It's tight. It might be that Ethan Jeff Hall might or might not even keep third. Sean Butcher fourth, Austin Lee fifth, Tommy van der Stroys, Matthew Higgins, Lewis Gilbert and Jaden Thien round out the top 9. Elia Papacena, top 10 finish for the Italian. Ahead of Vic Stevens, Nolan Lemeray, Lockie Robinson from 29th to 13th after a difficult weekend here at Karting Defan. Paul Forquemin, Miska Kaskinen, William Christensen, Dion van Verven, Archie Walker from the back of the grid to finish 18th. Well done to the young man from Billericay. Devian Horst, Fahin Mega, Matis Turlo, Matteo Pianizola, Lauren Legore, Montego Maston, Mitch Haynert, James Swindells, Paul Crisel and Magic Hamera round out the 28 that completed all 13 laps. With the lap to go, we lost Robbie Stodder and Kamal Murad. Jules Roussel on lap 9, Kai Hulitz on lap 7, lap 6, Sebastian Bach, Patrick Donica on lap 1, Maxence Bouvier on the opening lap, and Zombor Kovac, due to a slight rib injury, opted not to take part. Now we get underway with our 28th and final race of the weekend. It is DD2 Masters and DD2 the Final. Your starting grid is as follows. Once again, it's an all Dutch front row. Martin van Leeuwen and Enzo Bol on the front row. Jakob Bezel and Axel Sarniala. Row 2, Maxim Shurko and Victor Frostbay. Row 3. Row 4, Peter Bezel and Maxime Dirix. Lucas Bernot and DD2 Masters Polstead and Nicolas Picot will round out the top 10. Carl Gustav Borgard, Leonardo Baccaglini, Sebastian Schul, Martina Stankiewicz, Nicolas Guillaume, Dennis Thum, Christoph Capitan, David Altlechner, Alexander Scheiblecker, and Mats Johan Overhoff round out the top 20. Michael Becker, Edward Matthews, Tomasz Birstins, Igor Mukin, Kamil Kubera, Lucas de Vera, Tony Hogg, Jules Cousin and Patrick Snolls-Lochmelis will complete the 29 runners. No Manuel Tencha, no Philip Moitzi. So 29 will go around this 1.388 kilometre circuit over the next 14 minutes, plus an additional lap. So Martin van Leeuwen looking to more than likely pick up a perfect score this weekend. Leader after the ranking after heats. The same could be said for Nicolas Picot. Can they both get the clean sweep this weekend? They both led after the ranking after heats. They've won their respective pre-finals. Now there's one more race to go. Who will it be that is triumphant here at this 1,388 metre clockwise directional circuit here at Karting de Fagnes International Raceway here in Mariembourg in Belgium? Drivers told to slow. Into the tram lines we go. Revs now start to build. Are we ready? Are we steady? The final race of the weekend gets going right now. Great start by Martin van Leeuwen, but Enzo Bol goes high, wide and handsome round the outside at turn number 1, and he loses out not just second. Is he going to lose out third? There has been a little bit of a collision coming together, and the first driver that is out of the race more than likely with a very, very crumpled and dislodged front fairing, Christophe Capitan from France is out. More than likely, I'm sure that he might park that into the pit lane. Maxime Dirix looks to get up the inside through into turn number 6. I think he might have got past one of the SP Motorsport drivers, whether that's Enzo Bol or either. Well, he hasn't got through quite yet because he's got someone to his inside already. And that was more than likely Martina Stankiewicz in the 533. He's got Axel Sarniala right in front of him. Stankiewicz, if some people might remember his display at the wet in Wackersdorf. Maxime Dirix, you need to keep both hands on the steering wheel. Don't gesticulate. Go for broke and see what transpires. The thing was, Martina Stankiewicz decided, along with 5 other DD2 Masters drivers, in the wet on slicks at Wackersdorf last September in the penultimate heat of their season, and he won like he was driving from Vilnius to Riga, from Vilnius in Lithuania to Riga in Latvia. Oh, now there was one kart that was sounding a bit like an alarm siren. Oh, someone is slowing, and that is coming through into turn number 2. That kart does not sound at all well. Oh, and we've had another drama. And who is that? Is that Tony Hogg? Is that Tony Hogg 509, front bumper out and off the cart. Oh, and there's the 418, Patrick Knowles-Lochmellis, right side pod up in the air on the right-hand side. So it's pretty much nearly going against his rib cage. So the driver's still trying to find their way around these tricky conditions here at Karting de Fagne in Mariembourg, as we have 11 minutes and 35 seconds left on the timer, still to go. Van Leeuwen still leads, but he's ahead of Jakob Bezel. Enzo Bol rounds out the top three. Victor Frostbay in fourth. Nicolas Picot in fifth and leading in DD2 Masters. But right, there is one kart that is noisier than every other kart that has just gone past the start-finish straight. I'm trying to keep an ear out for it, or which one it is. There are quite a few overtakes happening through as Lucas Pernaut is struggling to come out of turn number 4. Alexander Scheiblecker completely sideways. So there is one car that is making an absolutely obscene amount of noise. I know that Hans, who's on the start-finish straight, has also more than likely heard it, as has our official photographer Nina. So that noise is quite a bit disconcerting. Something's not going right. So David Outlechner out, Christophe Capitan out, Tony Hogg very much will be out after what I've just seen on his cut. Patrick Knowles-Lochmellis has got a side pod right up in the air. That's on the right-hand side. I hope Tony's okay, because he looks in a bit of discomfort with the front bumper ripped off. Oh, that's 433. Lucas Pernaut, back bumper, left side is scraping. That's what the noise was. So Lucas Pernaut is at a touch from behind. So it's the 433 from KR Sport. His bumper is scraping. There we go. I've just seen it. Yeah, bolts are loose on the left-hand side. 3-second penalty going to the 405, Maxime Dirix. So Tony Hogg is out of the race. So Lucas Pernaut has got a bumper that is scraping on the left rear. There you can see it. He's just gone through turn 7. I was wondering what the noise was. It was all the plastic being rubbed away, and it makes a hell of a racket as well. As Tomasz Birsins nearly ends up going into the mud, going off of turn number 11 and into 12. Jules Cousin looking up the inside. That's on Mats-Johan Overhoff. They've got Ed Matthews just in front of them. Martin van Leeuwen still leads, but by 2.2 seconds. Yeah, I thought it might have been. Yeah, it was Lucas Pernaut all along. I have never heard a back bumper go loose in the wet and scrape and make an absolutely obscene noise. I thought it was an air raid siren. As Dennis Thom gets a little bit sideways and a bit understeery going through into turn number 6. At the moment, he's currently P12. Martin Stankovic is about 0.6 of a second away from Axel Sarniola. More to the point, he is, at this very moment in time, 1.8 seconds behind Nicolas Picot for the race lead in DD2 Masters. Picot is all the way up into P7. So Nicolas Guillaume looking up the inside. That's on Dennis Thom. That's for 12th position. And now the mechanical black flag is finally out. The mechanical black flag has just gone out for Lucas Pernaut. So he's got 3 laps to pull that thing in. Otherwise, he is going to get a black flag and be disqualified from the race. And Michael Becker has dropped down a little bit further as well. He's dropped down a few places. Right. Oh, okay. We've got a couple of drivers. Well, one, which is the 422. I've just seen that's had a 5-second time penalty for leaving the corridor with 2 wheels. Now, 422, that is Peter Bezel. I'm not too sure who the other one is. Well, there is a couple of penalties coming through. That might be due to another class. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm wondering if there is a 429 or a 529. It could be Kuba Kubera that might get a 5. So that's total of 10. Michael Becker's parked it now. 6 minutes and 20 seconds. So Lucas Bernot will have seen again. Oh, that's an awful noise. That's an awful noise. Axel Sarniola, in the meantime, has dropped all the way down as well. He's around about 22nd position. Carl Gustav Borgard has just gone through, waiting on a couple of transponders to maybe make their way through as such. Maxim Drix is battling away with Maxim Shurko. That is for position. They're just going through into through out of turn number 7. And there is the 422. Peter Bezel gets through on Nicolas Picot, so Peter Bezel goes up into the top 5. Thomas Birstens, who started down in 23rd, now rounds out the top 16. So Axel Sarniola has parked it. I would imagine very shortly that Lucas Bernot has done exactly the same. So we're coming towards the final 4.5 minutes of this race weekend, plus an additional lap. And what's more, folks, in just 62 days, we head to the final round of the season. Picot now has Sebastian Schul not too far behind. In front of them, they've got Peter Bezel. There's Martina Stankiewicz just coming through out of turn 11 right now as we speak. Picot goes defensive. Wants to keep Sebastian Schul behind him so as to mitigate the fact that Martina Stankiewicz could catch and pass him in the next 4 minutes. And Sebastian Schul is trying his absolute utmost to get through. But Nicolas Picot, I've commentated on him in seniors, DD2, and now Masters. And there is a little bit of a distance between himself and Martina Stankiewicz, but Sebastian Schul, did he get through on Nicolas Picot? He did, round the outside of turn 6. Neatly done by the Dane. But Picot had a lead of about 2.6 seconds over Stankiewicz. Shurko going up the inside of Dennis Thum, and Ed Matthews mugs the pair of them. Dennis Thum now looking up the inside. He gets a bump from behind, courtesy of Nicolas Guillaume. Mr. Uno Mas in the 491. He's being followed by Jules Cousin from France in the 451 from Dams Racing Team. Mats Johan Overhoff in the pre-final, having to adjust his steering column. Now rounds out the top 15. Jules Cousin looks up the inside of Nicolas Guillaume, who uses the outside carry of momentum to keep ahead of the 451 from France. And now, oh, that was close. Dennis Thum just went round the out. I cannot believe I've just seen that. Dennis Thum went round the outside of Maxim Shurko and decided to get 3 for the price of 1 coming out of turn 2. He got through on Shurko, he got through on Cousin, and then he got through on Nicolas Guillaume, and they are fighting like 3 petulant children over the last swing in the playground. So far, we have had the following retirements. Altlechner, lap 1. Capitan, lap 1. Tony Hogg, lap 2. Lap 5, Michael Becker. Lap 6, Axel Sarniala. And with his rear bumper flailing loose on the left-hand side, Lucas Pernaut out on lap 7. Now also add Alexander Scheiblecker to that list on lap 8. So the fastest lap of the race, no surprise at all. He's been putting in fastest laps all race long. Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands, 1 minute 12.483. Jakob Bezel in second, Enzo Bol third, Victor Frostbay, Peter Bezel, Sebastian Schul, Nicolas Picot, who has got Martinas Stankiewicz within 1.6 seconds of him at this moment. But time is fast, running out as we speak. So the Rotax roar has been plentiful here this weekend at Karting d'Espagne at Mariembourg for the last few days. And with 30 seconds on the timer, our race leader is already making his way down through into turn number 3. Track is starting to slightly dry up a little bit. As we come down to the final couple of seconds of the race weekend, Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands, since yesterday afternoon, came in to today with one purpose. I want to be on the top step, and he's going to get that. Maxime Dirks and Ed Matthews battling away over 9th position, as very, very soon our race leader now making his way through into the last couple of corners on to what will be the last 1.388 kilometres of the race weekend here at Karting d'Espagne at Mariembourg in Belgium. And what's the lap time from the 4:03? It is a 1 minute 12.387. He's taking a leaf out of the pagebook, the playbook of Max Verstappen, going on the fastest lap with 1 lap to go. Are we going to see that again for this particular final lap of the race? Van Leeuwen through into turn number 4 for the final time and calmly has a 6.1 second advantage. There are yellow flags out on the circuit. Oh, it looks like Maxime Dirks and Edward Matthews, their race has come to an abrupt halt. They are tumbling down the order. The rain has in some ways subsided and the dry line starting to show. But the final lap is almost completed. The race weekend almost done and dusted on that front. But even with a wheel on the grass, Martin van Leeuwen has one last corner. He knows he's won it. He's done it again. Van Leeuwen wins and gets the clean sweep here at Mariembourg. Winner of the ranking after heats, winner of the pre-final, and what's more, wins the final. Jakob Bezel and Enzo Bol will complete the top 3. Victor Frostbay in 4th, a great showing after the Danes' performance at the B&L Karting Series last weekend. Peter Bezel rounds out the top 5, ahead of Sebastian Schul, Nicolas Picot and Martinas Stankiewicz. Dennis Thum, the top 3 in DD2 Masters, round out the top 9, followed by Jules Cousin, who completes the top 10 overall. Nicolas Guillaume 11th, Maxim Shurko, Mats Johan Overhoff, Tomasz Birstins and Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis complete the top 15. Leonardo Baccaglini 16th, Igor Mukin 17th, Lucas de Vera in 18th. Carl Gustav Borgard will finish 20th, a lap down, as Camille Kubera will very shortly cross the line. Maxime Dirks and Edward Matthews coming together with 1 lap to go out of the race, it looks like, with 1 lap to go, battling over 9th place. Alexander Scheiblecker, Lucas Pernod, Axel Sarniala, Michael Becker, Tony Hogg, Christophe Capitan, and David Outleichner retiring from the race, Manuel Tenschert, and Philip Moitzi, a non-starter. As the final clean-up operation gets underway here at this fantastic 1,388 metre circuit here at Karting Defang, we have a few thank yous first of all. Firstly, a big thank you to the people that made it to the 1 minute round of applause and cheers and shouts for the late Delano Van Toff, which we will be posting on our relevant social medias in the coming days. Also, un grand merci à Thierry Lepine et son équipe ici à Karting Defang à Mariembourg. Un grand merci et à la prochaine. Thank you very much to Thierry Lepine and his crew here at Karting Defang. Always a pleasure to be in this region of Belgium. A big thank you to the marshals, the medical staff, also the staff in the cafeteria, the teams, the drivers, the families, everyone behind the scenes, from timekeeping to stream to race control to stewards to scrutineering, parc fermé, tyre bay, start line officials, race control, race direction, and so many people that make this event work. A big thank you to everybody that has been watching over the course of the past couple of days on the official Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy live stream. And a big thank you to everyone that has so far made it close to 1,000 subscribers this weekend. That will be a big milestone for us to achieve before we go to our 4th and final venue this season. The road to Bahrain is long, it is arduous, it is taxing. But when you get to that step on the podium and you get that ticket, that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, or if your name is Christoph Adams, 15 times in your career so far, you will be at one of the most colourful sites in karting. It is an event where you qualify. You earn the right to race at it. In 62 days' time, on the 8th of September, we will get underway at our 4th and final venue, the home of British karting. The Paul Fletcher International Circuit in Grantham in Lincolnshire in the Midlands. It is a track that is unlike many of these circuits around the world. It is one of two that has a bridge on it. It measures 1,382 metres in length. It is a difficult track to lead at. It showcases pack racing at its very, very best. On the 10th of September, the Euro Trophy's Road to Bahrain will conclude, and we will crown our 2023 champions in Minimax, E20 Junior, E20 Senior, E20 Senior Masters, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters. And those drivers that will qualify for the grand finals will receive their tickets at Paul Fletcher International, the home of British karting. What's more, entries are now officially open for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Festival and the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Golden Trophy, taking place at the home of champions at Karting Genk in Belgium. Entries are officially open. We do have 2 confirmed tickets for the winners of the Micro and the Minimax Grand Festival that weekend. Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters are in action. You better get your entries in whilst you can, because they'll be filling up like hotcakes. Until we go to the United Kingdom for the first time in the 6 years of the Euro Trophy's history, my name's Alex Goldschmidt, your commentator. A big thank you to everybody for making this weekend one to remember. See you in just over 2 months at PF International. Goodbye.